The latest in gaming news is all about change. First, Xbox is back in the headlines for two very different reasons. One pertains to their next console and rumors about it, and the other is about more things that are becoming an Xbox and more partnerships with the company. Second, the studio behind Star Citizen is having a pretty big shakeup with their management team. It seems that the fans are not the only ones wanting things to move along at a better pace. Third, there are rumors about a significant change coming to Starfield in 2025. It's just been recently picked up by Games Media, and we'll look at it and consider what it could mean for Starfield's future. And fourth, PlayStation announced more movies and shows with their property as CES is kicked off with a variety of big announcements from both Xbox, PlayStation, Nvidia, and others. And as always, I've got more games for your wish list and for your radar. So the first thing I want to talk about is this Xbox next console. This is sort of a developing story. Questions surrounding the future of Xbox hardware have been pretty consistent since early 2024. Sarah Bond famously said that they would be delivering the largest technical leap on the infamous Xbox podcast that took place in early 2024. Since then, we've heard rumors and whispers that Xbox had plans for a new console or some type of new hardware for 2026. Now, some claimed it would be a next-gen console that would leapfrog over PlayStation. Others claimed it was a PC hybrid. Some even said it would be some version of a handheld or handheld hybrid alongside of a console. Well, Insider Gaming reported the following yesterday. New rumor says that Xbox next-gen console is a 2026 release and is called Xbox Prime, and here is what they report. The news comes from Twitter account The Ghost of Hope, who has a history of posting primarily Call of Duty leaks. According to Hope, he has said that he has heard the next Xbox console is still coming in 2026, and it will be called Xbox Prime. Now, they have updated their report with the following statement. Reporter Jez Corden says that there's no such thing as Xbox Prime launching in 2026. Now, the source of the rumor went on to say that they weren't sure if Prime was the code name or the official name. Given the history of things like Project Scorpio and Project Scarlet, I would say that Prime sounds like a code name. When questioning the reliability of this source of the rumor, Insider Gaming said the following. Hope has had a history of posting Call of Duty leaks and is known to have sources within Activision and Call of Duty development teams, and with the company now owned by Microsoft, it's entirely plausible that he's been given the information from the developer working on the next version of Call of Duty for 2026. Now, the difficulty with claims like this is that everybody has different sources. Folks like Jez have proven over the last year that their sources were getting information somewhat later than others. He was commonly calling things, predicting things, or claiming things, and then having to say that he had new information or had basically gotten it wrong. Now, the result of something like this is also that you have people like Jason Schreier from Bloomberg saying on a podcast last year that the higher-ups at Xbox didn't even know what the plan was and that the plan kept changing. I believe that's why folks like Jez had information that was incorrect because it was fundamentally outdated. The plans had changed at Xbox so much that the people that they were getting their information from had not been updated yet on things that were changing. Now, this leads to conflicting claims and different sources and different insiders saying different things. Some of them were claiming, hey, I heard there's a secret exclusivity deal with Black Myth Wukong. There were other sources saying they had heard that that was not true and that PlayStation had simply helped with the game. There was also the claim that no, games are not going to go over to PlayStation. First-party games are not going to go. And then eventually the sources said, oh no, yes they are. This could be one of those situations with this report about the next Xbox. The source of the rumor also said that, quote, the Xbox next-gen release is pretty much an open secret within the industry. They went on to say that hopefully more folks would come forward to corroborate the claims. So we'll see if anything comes from this. My thoughts on this is that it does line up with other claims. There were a lot of people claiming that they were hearing that something was coming in 2026. Xbox keeps signaling that something is coming with hardware. It could be related to whatever this thing is called Xbox Prime. Or it's also possible that Hope has old information as well, since we've seen other insiders have old information. There could have been some planned piece of hardware for 2026, and that has since changed. Now, another thing that has taken place with CES is this is an Xbox is continuing. During the first day of CES, LG and Xbox announced a collaboration, stating that today we're excited to announce our collaboration with LG Electronics to bring the Xbox app to their LG smart TVs later this year. This means Game Pass Ultimate members will be able to play their games directly from the Xbox app on supported LG smart TVs via Xbox Cloud Gaming. Now, obviously, this seems to be something intended for newer or upcoming LG TV models, and it may not be available on older models or models that are already out in circulation. Josh Muncy, the director of Xbox Integrated Marketing, took to Twitter to say, LG is now an Xbox, hashtag this is an Xbox. Now, the response to this was not great. Some were saying that what a real Xbox is, and they showed pictures of the classic Xbox hardware. Others were saying that the campaign sucks. Some were just saying, no, it's not. As is customary with Xbox lately, everything feels a bit mixed. We have a rumor about the next Xbox console coming in 2026, but that rumor is also being shot down. We have a TV company announcing at CES that it's, an Xbox alongside of all these other things that are now an Xbox. And then lastly, Matt Booty was part of the AMD keynote about FSR 4. He said that FSR 4 will be coming to Black Ops 6 later this year. Now, many were quick to notice he did not couch this announcement with FSR 4 as a console or hardware initiative, but rather it was a move that was benefiting Microsoft's software, one of their biggest pieces, Call of Duty. So it's hard for Xbox fans right now to know what should you be cheering for. Is any of this for you? Is there really anything for you to celebrate? You have a potential new console next year, but that's mainly after the Series X and S have not received much attention or priority from Xbox. You have another TV brand basically saying they're now an Xbox with cloud gaming, and Black Ops 6 is going to get FSR 4, but that's not going to do anything for the current consoles. Now, it's almost as if Xbox continues to focus its attention on everything that isn't the current consoles. I've said this a lot that last year, and I'm saying it again now, it's really hard for the diehard Xbox fans. You have to either cheer for initiatives that do nothing for you, or just admit that you're not the priority of the brand any longer. Now, that wasn't the only significant change that we saw. As I said, Star Citizen's leadership have had a significant shakeup. This one comes as an exclusive from Insider Gaming with the headline, Exclusive, Cloud Imperium Games undergoes major shakeup to hit deadlines. And the report is coming directly from sources at the company. Insider Gaming writes, speaking to sources who wish to stay anonymous as they cannot publicly talk about the company's plans, several top-level executives have been laid off, and other top people at the company have been shifted to different roles. And while currently there is no official announcements, Insider Gaming says that will be forthcoming. Quote, at the time of writing, Insider Gaming has heard of at least 3 executives with a combined experience of around 25 years at Cloud Imperium Games who have had their positions terminated. It is said that the announcements of their departures will be in due time. Chris Roberts wrote the following, so he's like the head honcho at the company. He wrote the following in a memo. He said, to achieve this laser focus, their laser focus, I'm just going to add here some parenthetical, they're wanting to meet the release of Squadron 42 and Star Citizen 1.0. So that's what they're trying to achieve here. He says, it is more important than ever to ensure we have high-performing and efficient teams working throughout the company. So all of this is directly related to getting Squadron 42 released along with Star Citizen to its 1.0 state. Now, one of the main criticisms of Star Citizen has been that it'll never come out. Harsher critics basically call it a scam. I myself was skeptical about Squadron 42 as it looked incredibly ambitious. There's a cast of Hollywood names that felt almost too expensive to even be true. Internally, some employees have thought that this leadership shakeup was more about saving money than hitting deadlines, so time will tell. Now, in the vein and in the theme of big changes, there is a rumor that Starfield is going to get a code-altering update, whatever that means, okay? So this is a rumor, and it's being called a code-altering update for Starfield. It hit the airwaves in the late days of 2024. It was basically the end of December, but now outlets are starting to pick it up. Game Rant said the following. According to a post on Twitter by user Odefield, Starfield is rumored to receive a, quote, code-altering update this year that no one expected. While these deals are far from official and only exist due to rumors, it is still worth speculating about what a code-altering update could bring to Starfield, although the term could mean any number of things. Now, as far as I can tell, this Twitter user has no history of leaks or rumors, but it wouldn't surprise me if there is some truth to this. Some of the biggest Xbox fans and insiders started saying in the middle and late stages of 2024, they were saying, listen, Starfield is going to land on PlayStation. Now, if this is true, I would imagine the game is going to need some type of 2.0 moment, especially after the abysmal failure of the Shattered Space DLC. Many people thought that the Shattered Space DLC was going to be the beginning of the turnaround time for Starfield, but it was not received well at all. The consumer reception of Starfield was far below tepid if you check the user scores, and Shattered Space was nothing short of a disaster as an effort to add content or to build confidence in the game's future. It would, I think my theory here, have been a gap fill. It could maybe have been a gap fill. That's why they had Shattered Space out, and that's why it wasn't the best, right? If they have people working on this big rumored update, this code-altering update, it would make sense why their first DLC was so thin and so deservedly criticized. Game Rant even speculated that, quote, Bethesda's code-altering update could fundamentally change loading screens, AI behavior, and overall immersive experience. In my opinion, a code-altering update like this, it would be needed if you want any momentum to come over to the PS5 platform. In its current state, the game feels dated, non-innovative, and honestly pretty boring. It's fine if you like it. I know a lot of you like it. The general user score has spoken very loudly, not just about Starfield, but also about the Shattered Space DLC. For now, not many other outlets have picked up on this rumor about this code-altering update, so time will tell if there is any substance to it or not. Now, last and certainly not least, this came in the waning hours of last night. PlayStation movies and TV shows have been announced or received some updates. In case you missed it, The Last of Us Season 2 had its trailer drop, and the show is seeing its second season hit in April. I actually think it shows a pretty significant scene, and we get a really good look at Abby. I think it looks awesome. I'm hoping it's just as awesome as the first season. Also, during the CES Sony, they said the following about the Horizon movie. So The Last of Us Season 2 is coming in a Horizon movie. Quote, Columbia Pictures and PlayStation Productions are in the early stages of developing a film adaptation of the award-winning Horizon Zero Dawn. Just imagine Aloy's beloved origin story set in a vibrant, far future world filled with giant machines brought to you for the first time on the big screen. I'm anxious to see who they cast as Aloy, honestly, because she's iconic. She's very central to the Horizon game brand, so they're going to have to choose wisely who plays that role. Also here, pulling from Tom's Guide, reporting on this, Sony also revealed that David F. Sandberg's aforementioned Until Dawn movie is coming to the big screen in April of 2025. Peter Stormare, who played Dr. Hill in the original game, will appear in the movie, appeared in a pre-recorded message shown at the presentation. He teased that Until Dawn completely honors the spirit of the game, adding, the movie is going to be full of fresh characters and victims and a brand new story loaded with twists. So whether you're a longtime fan or you're discovering it for the first time, get ready for Until Dawn like you've never seen it before. And they weren't done. You're like, why is Tsushima on the screen? I'll get to that in a minute. Get up, Jin. It's okay. Anyway, they also announced they're making a Helldivers movie, which is getting a lot of funny responses about, hey, we're finally going to get that Starship Troopers sequel. I think this is a brilliant decision. I think the memes and the jokes around a Helldivers movie will be fantastic. And last, but as I've said a couple of times today, certainly not least, they announced something that will get me to use Crunchyroll for the first time ever. They are making a Ghost of Tsushima anime based on the Legends game mode. Now, this is not related to the movie that is being directed by the John Wick 4 director that will be live action. This is an anime, and it is not based on Jin. It's based on the Legends game mode. So I don't think Jin Sakai will necessarily be in this anime. So Make all your movie game jokes now because PlayStation just announced a ton of movies and shows with their property. After seeing The Last of Us get sales bumps from every episode of Season 1 of The Last of Us, I think this approach makes a lot of sense. We've given this constant narrative and dialogue about how the industry isn't growing and you can't get new consumers. Well, they're trying to get folks into their IPs, franchises, and on their platform. Great shows and movies can certainly do that. Now, I've got a game for your wish list and your radar. I was going to put Project Tower on your wish list and radar. It's currently having a demo on Steam and on PlayStation, and it just launched. It's got good scores on Steam. It's got okay scores on PlayStation, but the PlayStation demo, I couldn't invert the controls. I wasn't about to spend $25 to see if it was any good, so I'll have to check out the demo another time. I'll have to check that out on my PC. So instead, this trailer hit my feed this morning, so I thought I would show you Tales of Iron 2. If you haven't played the first one, it's well worth checking out if you like the idea of a very grisly and challenging platformer with a really, really unique art style. It's not just a platformer, it's sort of like a combat-focused action game as well. Tales of Iron 2 comes to all platforms on January the 28th, as you can see. Very, very cool and awesome art style, in my opinion. Combat is tough. It is tough, but it's solid, and many people have enjoyed this game. And you've got time to play the first one, because this one, as I said, it releases on Nintendo Switch, the Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation, and PC on January the 28th. And I believe this is a game as well. I'm not sure about the first one. I believe they did DLC and extra content. So I'm fairly certain they have planned content for this one as well. It's called Tales of Iron 2, Whiskers of Winter. Magic and Monsters trailer is the one we're watching here. And I'm totally vamping and stretching because I want to watch the whole trailer. So you're just going to have to bear with me. This looks awesome. They just uploaded this trailer today to the PlayStation channel a little over an hour ago, and so actually it is landing on old gen as well. I'm seeing here in the trailer, in the text below, PS5 and PS4, so you'll likely be able to get this as well on your Xbox Ones. It makes sense if it's on the Nintendo Switch for it to also land on the PS4. There you go. Pre-order now, January the 28th. So just to recap, a lot of things for Xbox in the headlines, rumors about a new console that have been said to be not true, but we don't know who's correct until maybe more corroboration comes out. More things from Xbox as well pertaining to this is an Xbox, LG, TVs now becoming Xboxes, and then also things about controllers that you've seen as well from other companies. And then the announcement about FSR from Matt Booty landing in Black Ops. And then the studio behind Star Citizen had some management shakeups and rumors about a big change in Starfield. And then PlayStation can't help themselves to lean into the meme of movie games. They announced more movies and TV shows based off of their games. So that's the news. Let's get to the discussion, guys. Thanks so much for a super strong day. We had like almost 300 people this morning in Morning Coffee. That's a great reason to become a member. You get to start the day with me. So if you're enjoying a gifted member, consider upgrading to Member Plus. That does support me directly, and then it gets you into more content. There's other segments and things I'm going to be doing for Member Pluses, showcasing games, demos. Sometimes we do things with Madam on a Friday night or something that's just for Member Plus and above, so that's a great reason to upgrade. And also, people are always gifting, and so we like to make room for others. And Sean shot first, and so did you, Joker Quinn, with the first gifted member of the day. We reshipped the coffee, Joker Quinn. It hasn't come back yet, so hopefully this time it gets to you. Are we going to stream the Valve and Lenovo stream? Do you know what time it is? Do you know what time? I can't cover all the CES stuff because it happens like all throughout the day, and a large portion of it just does not pertain to what I typically cover. It just isn't. Like, it's cool to see the video cards. NVIDIA just continues to, surprise and delight, but it's just not my world. I'm the last person that people are going to come to for like commentary on video cards. So I hope the stuff we're hearing about this frame gen is better than it's in 20 minutes. Really? And it's Valve and Lenovo? Is this the event where Xbox is going to be there? Is this the event where Xbox is going to be on stage as well, this Lenovo event? Let's see here. Where are they streaming this stuff? Is there like a particular channel that you can watch this on? That's one of the other dilemmas, is that I'm not even sure where you go to watch this stuff. Half-Life 3 incoming. RTX 5070 Ti. Awesome. Sorry, I didn't get into Control Discord. Been busy. Yeah, it should get there, Joker Quinn. We think what happened is your username shoved down your address on the label. My wife has literally gone to the post office and been like, the address is real. She like shows them the street view of somebody's address. She's like, it's a real place. So handhelds because of AMD's new chip. Strix Halo Baby. I'm not sure what you're saying, Wide Rope. CES has a channel. Okay, hang on a second. Let me full screen this. I can't see. CES channel, okay? Okay, yeah, you're right. CES has a channel, and they streamed 11 hours ago. And so today is the 7th, and they have all these different scheduled streams. They have... I'm not seeing one scheduled for upcoming very soon, because you're saying at 11 a.m. Eastern they're going to be streaming. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing one scheduled for noon. Yeah, I'm not seeing this Lenovo one. Maybe it is a premiere. Maybe it's pre-recorded. Yo, it's good, John. I know nothing worthwhile about graphics cards. I saw a lot of commentary about the price of the low-end card being really, really good. Like, people seem to be really happy about that. I saw people that were skeptical about the frame gen, because that's just obviously, if frame gen advances, that would be great. Currently, when you use frame gen like they do in Wukong, it's like, it's terrible. They just go live a lot. Okay, I'll just sit here on their channel and see what we can see. Right? We'll just see what we can see. I don't see anything scheduled for 11 a.m. I see something scheduled at noon for the Volvo Group president. We'd have no reason to watch anything with Volvo. Oh, no, that's tomorrow. No, today at noon, yeah, C-Space Studio, sponsored by IS, whatever C-Space Studio is. Tell Madam I said thank you. She out there advocating for my address. Yeah, this isn't the first time. This isn't the first time. If you guys are just tuning in, make sure and hit the like button. Let's get 50 more likes on the video. Welcome on into the discussion. We are talking about all the different things that have been happening with the Xbox announcements yesterday, the PlayStation announcements yesterday. You can subscribe to the channel for free, and then you can talk in my chat. So make sure you hit that like button, though, and make sure it saves your like. Sometimes YouTube does not save your like count. So make sure your little thumbs up is saving. And then I'm going to pin a comment on my poll. Which PlayStation movie or show has you the most excited? Live show. I'm going to pin that on that poll, as it'll get more and more votes throughout the day. There we go. Thank you to everybody who has already voted on that poll. We appreciate you very, very much. It's on the official Lenovo website /CES. Okay. Lenovo CES. Let's see if they have their site up. So you're saying lenovo.com/CES? Is that the address I should go to? Or do they have another address that you're thinking of? They could be making, if Valve is there. Yes, Lenovo CES 2025 goes live in 13 minutes according to this. So we could obviously pull this up and check it out and see what they have to say. Just sort of an on-the-fly reaction to it. I'm happy to do that. There, some good stuff could come out of this. This might be, I think this is the one where they're going to announce the Steam OS, but then Xbox might be there as well, so that could be fun. So I typically don't cover stuff like this, but as hardware continues to change with respect to Xbox's strategy, PlayStation and Steam, with all their strategies shifting and changing, I think it's well worth checking out, like any hardware announcements from these guys. So this could be fun. You guys know me. I'm not a tech guy. I just typically want it to work. That's all I want. I want it to be pretty, and I want it to work. So, sounds good. Not much else going on. Yeah, the news cycle is very much coming out of CES right now. I believe, I wouldn't be surprised if today we get the announcement for the Xbox Direct, because I think Xbox will be done with their announcements at CES. Do they have anything else? They did the thing yesterday with Matt Booty and the LG TV, and then I know that Jason Ronald from Xbox is a part of the Lenovo thing, and then I think that's it. We might get the Xbox Direct announcements today. We might, because I think that's going to be like the 21st, 22nd, or 23rd. I think it'll land on that week, somewhere in the middle, like Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. Can't wait for the Helldivers movie. The funny thing about the Helldivers movie is it's just going to invite more of the Starship Trooper comments. You know what I mean? Like, I think the memes will probably be pretty funny. I think it'll be hilarious. I think it's a smart play. So, if you guys are just tuning in, we will check out this Lenovo thing here in a few minutes. Let me make sure that my browser is sending audio to OBS. Sometimes my audio stuff can get messed up. Let's see here. There we go. Yeah, it's working. I just pulled up a Doom trailer. My wife had like a Zoom call last night with some ladies from church, and sometimes that can mess up my audio stuff, because like the Zoom app will just, like, this morning it like turned up my microphone really, really loud, because the Zoom app basically takes control over your volume settings so that people can hear you. And so I would have like blown y'all's eardrums out. Any thoughts on the Horizon Zero Dawn movie? Yeah, I said something about it in the show open with respect to, like, Aloy is such a central and iconic part of the brand of Horizon. They're going to have to get the casting correct. I know people really like the redhead from Game of Thrones for a lot of great reasons. You know, she's great, but she to me is the shoe-in as far as she looks like Aloy. Obviously the voice would be an issue if they're going to try to make her sound like what Ashley Birch, who is the voice of Tiny Tina, funny enough, you know, what Ashley Birch brought to Aloy's voice is, it's not a super, there's not a lot to it that you could like imitate. Does that make sense? It's a very, very plain, very flat dialect, not really an accent. There's nothing super recognizable about what Ashley Birch did. I think she did a great job. I'm not taking away from her work. It just is not like, there's nothing about it that you hear and you're like, oh, that's Aloy. Like, if you played the game, you would recognize it, but there's nothing super iconic about the voice. So I'm not sure what they would do with that, because I'm pretty sure the redhead from Game of Thrones, she has like an accent, a pretty thick accent, doesn't she? Is it Aloy or is she playing Elizabeth? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do in the show, because that maybe they do a prequel. Maybe they go all the way back and have her play Elizabeth, which is still Aloy's voice. It's still Birch. So just get the model for Aloy to play her and the voice actress dub it. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if is she an actress or is she a model? Sometimes there's difference. No, Sophie Turner would not work. I don't know why all of a sudden everybody thinks they should put Sophie Turner in everything. I don't see it. She's great. I think she's a good actress, but I don't think Sophie Turner would be a compelling Aloy. I don't know. She would have to, because weren't they talking about Sophie Turner for Lara Croft? I feel like she'd have to kind of beef up. She's kind of like, her frame is she has a very like petite frame. I feel like Lara Croft as well as Aloy are a little bit, there's a little bit more muscle and girth to them. You know, not a ton, but not quite as small in frame as Sophie Turner. Sadie Sink from Stranger Things. Sadie might be too short. I don't know how tall she is. I feel like, no, Aloy is short actually, so maybe. Florence Pugh. Bryce Dallas Howard. No, Bryce Dallas Howard, sadly, is probably either... I like her, but I think she's probably a little too... Well, she's 43. She's the exact same age as me. She might be a little too old for a movie like that, though. Aloy's usually, portrayed pretty young. And I would rather Bryce Dallas Howard be directing. Like, can you just hand her a bunch of... Just hand her the next Star Wars trilogy, please. Please. Yeah, I'm telling you, the redhead from Game of Thrones, that's Aloy. The face shape, everything. What's her name? Redhead from Game of Thrones. Not Sophie Turner, the other one. The one who played Ygritte. What's her name? Who plays her? What's her name? She would be an amazing Aloy. I mean, she practically already is, I mean, that's kind of Aloy already. Like, you wouldn't need to do much, You wouldn't need to do much. Just get her the right costume, and it's over. That's Aloy right there. Just book it. What are we doing? It's her. She looks like her. I even think she's short. I think the actress that plays Ygritte is short. Is she not? Because Aloy is short in the games. What is the stinking actress's name? Rose Leslie? Is that her name? Rose Leslie. She's 37. She's got the jaw and everything, dude. Like, she has that prominent, super fabulous jawline. I'm telling you right here, dudes. That's an Aloy level jawline right there if I've ever seen one. You know what I mean? These guys that get all in their fifis about these strong jawlines that are showing up in video games. I'm telling you what. I don't have any problem with a strong jawline, bro. I think some of these guys are intimidated, maybe. I don't know. There ain't nothing wrong with a strong jawline, bro. Too old? She doesn't look 37 though. She looks very young. I don't think she looks too old to play Aloy. Yeah, I think she'd be great. The Lenovo event starts in 5 minutes, boys. We're gonna be watching this to see what comes out of it. Just dye her hair. Yeah, but the face model might not be an actress. Florence Pugh. That's what I'm saying, dude. Why are all these guys getting butthurt about strong jawlines? That's right. Florence Pugh's jawline? Dude, I'd break my knuckles on her jaw, probably. That thing, she looks like she's ready to step into the boxing ring. And she's also great. She's funny. I'd put her in more stuff. I liked her. I liked her in the MCU. I like Florence Pugh. She's tough too, man. She's yeah, I think she'd be a good Aloy. Aloy's like 18. Yeah, but listen, I don't know about y'all, but from like what Aloy looks like in Horizon all the way to like pictures we just looked at of Rose Leslie, I'm like, yeah, they all look great. I don't see it until you start getting into like the gray hair and the wrinkles. I think you can totally sell it. Especially when they have like that fair skin. A lot of times they don't look their age. They look much younger. She doesn't look like she's almost 40. Sophia Lilly? I'm not sure I've seen her in anything. She has a new movie coming out in the MCU. Florence Pugh does? What's wrong with strong jawlines? She's not asked for this. She was born with it. I've always liked a strong jawline, whether it's Anna Kendrick or Keira Knightley. There's nothing wrong with strong jawline. If you guys are just tuning in, we don't talk about strong jawlines here all the time. Sometimes we do. We are talking gaming because PlayStation announced a bunch of movies. So we're talking about who would be a good Aloy. Lenovo's got an event starting in 3 minutes where Valve will be there, Xbox will be there. So the latest in gaming news is all about hardware. So make sure and smash that like button. Let's get 24 more likes on the video. Let's get 200 likes before this little show starts here. Amy Adams is currently 50. Yeah, like, and I know some of it's makeup, and I know, some of it, it kind of covers up some of it, but that's the point of movies and acting and hairstylists and makeup, is you can change what somebody looks like. That's kind of the point, I'm strong jawline adjacent. Thunderbolts. Oh, that's right. I saw some promotional materials for Thunderbolts. I didn't watch the trailer though. I want to just be surprised by movies like that now. I'll just watch it when I get to it, and I won't have any expectations. I'm just gonna start going into stuff like that. You know what I mean? Just like, if I'm even remotely interested in a movie or a show, I'm no longer going to watch anything about it. I'm just going to go into it, oh, it's got these people in it. It's about this. Great. Yo, a single gifted from Arctic Wolf. Thank you so much for gifting a member. Takes us to 103. And thank you guys for a strong turnout today. It's a variety gaming news topic, and I know Xbox is all over the thumbnail because they were kind of all over the news cycle yesterday with the LG announcement. This is an Xbox. There was rumors about an Xbox console called Xbox Prime. And then there was the FSR announcement with Matt Booty, FSR 4 coming to Black Ops 6. And a 5-bomb from Joker Quinn. Thank you so much. If you guys are having some difficulty on the website, I am noticing it looks like people are struggling and having to refresh. I know YouTube has been acting up lately. That is not on my end, so I am sorry about that. We typically have a very, very stable bit rate and zero problems. So Xbox is apparently at this Lenovo event. We will see if they have anything to say in the realm of their handheld. And yeah, because the Steam OS is apparently, rumored to be announced at this Lenovo event as well. But did you slap the like button? Yeah, let's get 12 more likes really, really quickly. This Lenovo event's going to start any second now. I don't know if they're just going to have like an embedded, YouTube video or what. So we'll just kind of sit here and see. Helldivers 2 leak shows weapon customization system is still in active development. Yeah, they also need to let you decide like where your perks go. Having perks attached to the armor, I just don't like. Wait, why is the second counter going up? What just happened? That's not how timers are supposed to work. All right, hang on a second. Let me refresh. Hey, what gives? What gives? I'm going to go to YouTube and see if it's gone. What is that? All right, hang on. CES Lenovo 2025. Not seeing anything. And a single gifted from Sneaky Wolf gets us to 109. Thank you so much, Sneaky Wolf. What the heck kind of a timer is that? It's just such a sign of the times that it says smarter AI for all, and now the timer's going up. Yeah, that really is. That's smarter AI, all right. Dadgummit, what the heck's going on here? Yeah, AI is so smart, we're going back in time. All right, hang on. Lenovo 2025. Techmundo has it, but I feel like I get a copyright claim if I pull up Techmundo. It'll also probably be in another language. NBC's doing one, but I don't want to show that. Yeah, Techmundo looks like they're doing the same thing. They're just kind of waiting for it to start. Well, if you're just tuning in for the latest and greatest in gaming news, we were going to co-stream this CES Lenovo event where we could get information about the Steam OS, and as well as something maybe from Xbox. And CES Lenovo. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Everybody seems to be trying to stream it, but we're all just kind of doing the same thing. So you need a former Army Ranger or something to get Aloy for all those parkour sequences. Oh, for real. For real. I always think that's going to be one of the dilemmas with movies like that, is like that kind of climbing is ridiculous, you know? John always with 40 months in a VIP. It's the GTA trailer waiting room all over again, and he rounds us out nicely to 110 members on the week. If you guys upgrade to Member Plus or VIP, it counts as 2. Gifted members count. If you renew, if you're on VIP or if you're on Member Plus and you renew, it counts toward the goal. All of them, God of War, TV, where's the games? They're coming. They're coming in 10 months from Raziel the Great. Love the channel, Reforge. Just want to say, excellent work. 2025 is going to be bonkers. Let's go. Thank you so much, Raziel. I appreciate you so much. In here, you were in here rallying the troops to smash the like button, and I appreciate that. Well, yeah, this is now a Lenovo waiting room. CES Lenovo was supposed to go live moments ago, and they haven't yet. I did think it was interesting that the CES YouTube channel didn't have anything planned. I did think that was kind of interesting. You know, it was like, wouldn't they have it planned if it was like an actual thing? I wonder if they got the time wrong. The waiting room is an Xbox. What did you guys think about some of the response to that? I mean, I feel like I'm being fair here. If you're like a hardcore Xbox fan and you're really, you know, sort of interwoven into their console world, and you've got a console, like, yesterday was a bit of a mixed bag, right? Like, if you're a PlayStation fan, and I could see walking away from yesterday and being like, I don't care about movies and TV shows, and that would be fine. I think that's fair to be like, I want games. But at least there are movies and TV shows based off of games, right? And Xbox guys got a rumor about a next gen console in 2026, which got shot down, but so we don't know who's right, obviously. You know, Jez's contacts could be, you know, running on outdated information. The guy that had contacts at Activision could be running on outdated information. So we don't know who's right. But also, if, let's just say it is coming, that would be a little bit weird to be like, well, yeah, 6 years in, we're going to jump to a new one. Then they do their LG TV xCloud gaming announcement. And then Matt Booty is like, FSR 4 is coming to Black Ops 6. It's like nothing seems centered around the existing consoles like at all. No way they release a new console next year. So Lono is saying Lenovo has the GTA 6 trailer. I mean, they might. Look at the color scheme here. I mean, look at the color scheme here. I don't know why everybody's so infatuated with pink and purple. It's got to be woke. I think there's a woke agenda in the color schemes all these companies are using now. I think that's very, very clear. They're trying to turn us all into Barbie-loving sissies. I mean, I think that's easy pattern recognition, guys. It's all about pattern recognition. Yeah, everybody's trying to cover the Lenovo event, and they're all waiting. It means we can get away from the Series S. I'm down. I mean, I don't think you're going to get away from the Series S next year. Oh, I forgot to set the goal. Hang on. 3 hours. I will gift 5 members. I forgot to set the super chat goal. Sorry. PS5 Pro barely sold 10K units in France, and so low numbers that they offer the Pro for $350 if you bring in your PS5. The trade-in value is not a sign of lack of demand. The trade-in value has been that way since the beginning. I don't know about France, but the sales reports for the Pro were actually quite strong. It was like somewhere between 18 and 20% of all the consoles of PlayStation sold that month. So I understand cherry-picking data points like that can make you feel better, and I don't know if some podcaster said that, so you're just repeating it. But there is no evidence that the Pro has sold poorly or that they're like desperate to get people to buy it. The trade-in value has been solid going from a PS5 to a Pro since before the thing came out. Pac-Man on a Bike with 25 months says, too much purple, agree, 100% woke, gotta bring back more blue and green. Yeah, we need to bring back masculinity, and the best way to do that is with, man colors like red and blue, and good, get some good greens in here. I don't, it's hard, it's really hard for me to feel like a manly gamer looking at all this pink and purple, it's really tough. It hurts me deeply in my soul. Comic-Con's a place to announce your movies and shows based off your IPs. You don't pull that at CES. I mean, I don't agree with you. I think creating confidence in your brand and in your IPs, your franchises, and your products, I think CES is a great time to do that. They come out and basically establish that they're doing like a full court press with all their IPs. I think that's a smart play. I think what you're saying about Comic-Con, that's when you show up with like trailers and interviews and stuff. I think that's what you do at Comic-Con, is bring a trailer. But if it's really next year, that means we'll get away from it sooner. Here's the thing. There's been a lot of rumors and hints about an Xbox piece of hardware or an Xbox console in 2026. I don't know if there's something coming, but there's been an awful lot of smoke around. There's been an awful lot of smoke around 2026. Now, I don't know if that's because Xbox is actually planning on something coming in 2026, or if maybe they had something planned and it's been canceled. See, that's one of the problems right now with a lot of these inside sources is they have outdated information. I think they have outdated information because there has been so many shifting parts and pieces to the Xbox strategy and the Xbox plan that I think that's why you get people that are like, oh no, this is what I heard. And they're like, oh no, this is what I heard. That's why I think we've gotten like multiple different reports about the Bloodborne remaster or the Bloodborne remake. I think the reason you're getting different responses to that or different information on that is quite literally because there was two different things that took place. There was a remaster being made. I think they pulled the plug on it, and I think they decided to do a remake because of the reception and the praise that we saw for the Demon Souls remake. So I think you get one of the things that's going to be, I think, a challenge going forward is there are people who claim to have sources and they don't. They're liars. Like, oh, I got an email from so-and-so. Shut the frick up. You didn't get no email from anybody, right? You got people like that just straight up lie. And YouTube's going to start cracking down on that, as they should, because it's not good for the platform to let people lie. If you like these guys claim in their thumbnails, like this is happening a lot with GTA 6. It is. GTA 6, I've seen a ton of videos that claim, oh, this is the second trailer, and it isn't, and they get downvoted to heck and back. Well, they should get more than downvoted. They should get obliterated. Like, that's stupid. You shouldn't be allowed to do that. Like, that's not good for the platform. It's not good to let people do that with the user base, to lie to the user base. Patrick, with a single gifted member, bumps a line to 112. It's a very generous community here. Every 50 members, I drop 5, and you guys get to add more folks to the community. Could I ask a quick question about content creation? What would you suggest for perks as I'm looking to set up channel membership? Behind the scenes content is one of the number one recommended things to do. Bloopers, people really like bloopers. We probably don't do enough of that here. I'm more of a live streamer, so all of my membership incentives center around the live environment because it's what the community really, really likes. Giving them access to your Discord, giving them access to, content that you're making just for them, stuff like that. I don't think the early access video thing is worth using. That doesn't make any sense to me. They tend to be your strongest supporters. So I would say you would want them to help you when the video goes live, and they're less likely to do that. Like, let's say you work really, really hard on a Pokemon video and you think it's going to be great and it's going to be a good video. Well, the last thing you want to do is give it to your members first, because then they're not going to watch it when you push it live. And I think that's bad for it. They claim that it doesn't hurt it, and that's BS. That's not true. That's not how the algorithm works. If your sub base responds strongly to a video in its first 20 minutes to an hour, that significantly helps its reach. And if you give your paying members, which tend to be your most ardent supporters, if you give them a reason to not watch the upload once it goes live, I think that's a silly incentive. I don't know why they came up with that one. The PS5 Pro was down from $800 to $750 during Black Friday. Ooh, and stayed on shelves. Okay, thanks. Thank you for the 10 spot. You're right. The Pro sucks. It's a disaster and it's not selling well. Congratulations. If that's what you want to believe, I'm happy to indulge your fan fiction that the PS5 Pro isn't selling because somebody took a picture in a Best Buy somewhere, probably, of it sitting on the shelves, and you've convinced yourself it's not selling. Great. If you want to keep giving me money to spread your fan fiction, you go right ahead. Lone Wolf with 27 months and a VIP. 27 months as always. I love this community. Thanks for all the content, Lono. Also, Mountain. Thank you, Lone Wolf, for 27 months. I'm just kind of done debating bad faith fan fiction. It's just not worth it. It isn't worth it. They'll clip it. Let them clip it. Listen, you fan fiction writers, if you want to come in here and super chat me with your fan fiction, you go right ahead. It's probably the easiest way to get it published and seen by the public. So go ahead. If that's what you want to do. Darren Ugaldi with 7 months. Thank you so much. Bumping us to 114. 114. Thank you so much for renewing your member. I saw this one guy who says he didn't claim to have the GTA 6 trailer. He got 50K subs for it. The words didn't say it was on the picture, and the words were woke. Shut up, Louie. All independent shops, even Micromania. Listen, I don't care about screenshots. I don't care about your claims. The numbers are the numbers. It was like 18 to 20% of their consoles sold in November. It did well. It's meant to be an additive piece and device. Would you prefer to talk about the total PS5 sales and how well it's doing as a device with market saturation? Would you prefer to talk about that, since the PS5 Pro is not meant to be the main offer? Like, do you want to look at the actual sales numbers, or do you want to run to fan fiction writers on Twitter? No, the Lenovo stream is still doing this. It just says 15 minutes. I'll refresh. Yeah. And then when I search Lenovo, CES Lenovo on YouTube, and I go to live, it's not here. There's nothing here. Everybody's just kind of waiting for it. Wait. Is this it? No. That's ROG. That's Republic of Gamers. I don't know what's going on. Looks like it doesn't correlate at all with the street words of real life sellers and shops. Yeah. That's what we should believe. They have actual earnings reports and sales numbers they report to their shareholders, which they could be sued if they're being dishonest. But you know what the shareholders should probably do? They should probably follow you on Twitter so they could see all your screenshots and all your hot takes about the PS5 Pro's demand being determined by the French market and the fact that there are boxes sitting on shelves, and that, they dropped the price on Black Friday. You know, what these shareholders should do is, instead of looking at like verifiable factual data points, they should look at pictures of the fact that there are PS5 Pros in these shops. That's right. You shouldn't believe real shop experience. You should believe the internet. That's what you're saying. You're saying we should believe the internet. I'm saying we should believe the reported objective data, like the facts. The truth doesn't care that your underwear is twisted around you because you don't like the Pro. The facts and the sales points don't care that you're a bedwetter over the PS5 Pro. The facts are the facts. It sold well in the month that it came out. It's doing just fine. It's not meant to be the main thing. The PS5 as a device is doing well with market saturations. Its trajections are very healthy. You want to take pictures of stores where there's boxes sitting on the shelves. Do you have any idea what that represents? Do you actually know why there are boxes of devices in stores typically like that? It's because there's demand for the device. Let's contrast that to the other console where it's being removed and no longer shipped to certain markets because it's not selling. You want to talk about what's actually not selling? Look at the sales reports of the Xbox versus the PlayStation. It's not even a contest. There are boxes of the one that's in demand, and then the other one's vacating markets. But sure, that's fine. If you want to take some kind of weird solace and comfort in pictures on Twitter, go right ahead, bro. I don't want to disrupt your delusion, but you're in here saying it, so I'm going to smack it down. It's stupid. And this is garden variety gaslighting for a clip 101. You come in, you say something brain dead that you know is false. I smack it down. All the people that believe the brain dead fan fiction are like, there goes that Reforge Gaming again lying to his audience. No. You believe the lies, and when I smack them down, you think I'm somehow in the wrong. I'm smacking them down with facts. With verifiable data points and information that can be proven. There's no news about GTA 6. Sorry, I checked. Nothing in the feeds. Mash says, my problem is the inconsistency. Saying 5-to-1 sales for PlayStation versus Xbox in November isn't relevant since Xbox doesn't focus on console, but making a big deal of Series S sales with college football. Right. This is the general problem is... You guys can't, some of you guys just can't admit defeat. Just admit defeat. Like, just admit defeat. Like, you're literally standing out in the center of the stadium, like, arguing a bad play call of a championship game from 8 years ago. Hey, bro, you got this call wrong, bro. It's like, that's what you're doing. It's delusional. The war is over. The war is over. If you ever needed a sign that Xbox has thrown the towel in on the hardware console front, it is literally the last 13 months. I don't know what else to tell you. The Xbox sales globally every month are dropping, and PlayStation's sales are healthy and strong. Their trajectory is totally fine. They're not at all in a position of like, oh man, we're in bad shape, man. PS5 Pro, there's pictures on Instagram and Twitter of them sitting on the shelves. They don't care about that. They're checking the sales reports. They're checking the actual data points. I'm an Xbox guy. Didn't we admit defeat last gen? It was pretty much well known that Xbox fumbled so bad with the one that they gave up on hardware. Yeah, well, this is what I think happened, Dalton. This is what I think happened. There are people that have handled the disappointment of this gen differently, okay? The Xbox Series X and the Project Scarlet marketing, they came out swinging. I want you to go back and look. I want you to go back and look at what all those Xbox guys were saying. They were saying the Series S was going to run circles around the PS5. They were saying that the Series X was way stronger than the PS5. They were acting like the PS5 was a joke and teraflops this and teraflop that. They were walking around like the cock of the walk. They thought, this is it. This is Xbox's time. This gen's going to be amazing. Do you want to know why I know they thought that? Because I thought that. I was a huge Xbox guy. I had been in Xbox since the 360 era, and I really, really bought into the Project Scarlet and the Series X marketing. Okay? We have handled the disappointment of this generation very differently. I became critical. I voiced my frustrations. I was critical of the release cadence. I was critical of the release quality. I was critical of the fact that PlayStation was doing a better job and Xbox seemed more interested in acquisitions than building great games. I became critical. What did they do? They towed the party line. They held the line so long, it's now in the shape of an L. So yes, they held the line. You know, they attacked folks like me, called folks like me ponies, and acted like we were terrible people, when all we did was act like consumers with standards. That's all we did. And some of these guys are still in the forest fighting a war that's over. They're literally delusional. They think that there's some universe where, you know, Xbox is winning this fight. And they'll grab, you know, spurious, misrepresented data points or pictures or whatever else they can to act like, no, dude, Xbox is still on top. On top of what? Exactly. The grave of their console? That's what they're on top of. They've given up on that. It's not. Look at yesterday. What were their big announcements? Their big announcements were, this is an Xbox now. An LG TV is now an Xbox. And then Matt Booty walks out and says FSR 4 is coming to Black Ops 6. What's he talking about? He's talking about their software. He stood there like a publisher. And that was the position. You can't celebrate that as a console owner. You're not getting FSR 4 on your Series X. You're not getting that. What does it matter to you that now an LG TV is an Xbox? What does that do for you? And like clockwork, every time something like this happens, these guys come in here and say the most idiotic stuff. It's like, what are you even saying, man? Well, yeah, but the Pro is sitting on the shelves in stores. Who gives a frick? Who cares? I think the Lenovo thing started. Hang on, what is this? Is this it? Is this the official thing? What is this? Did you know? It's like a virtual tour. No, let me see the video. What is this? I don't want to walk around a shopping mall. What? Can I order a drink? At least? Can I nobody's here to take my order. What the frick is this? Where's the presentation? Where's the I'm gonna go back here and rob the joint. I'm going back here. I'm gonna go steal me some earthenware jars. Let me grab this. Come on, man. Nobody's here. Nobody's even watching. Where's the stinking event? Where's the event? I thought there was a thing today. That's what this website just updated and did. You'll like it here. I don't need a showcase of the... You're supposed to be talking. Hang on, let me check YouTube. Yeah, the GTA 6 trailer's live, Lodo. Frick. All right, hang on. What's happening? Can you check if there's any PS5s on the virtual shelves? Yeah, guys, look. Let's see if we can find some PS5. Oh my, screen tearing. What in the heck? We can't do this full screen. It's not designed for that. The tech's not designed for that, chat. Hang on a second. Let's go back here. Look at this. Can you believe it? Not a single PS5 Pro in sight. See? The PS5 Pro is a joke. See? I bet you this laptop's stronger than a PS5 Pro. They got a suitcase to arm nukes, but there ain't no PS5 Pros here. Look at this. Can you believe it? Not a single one. This laptop's not even on. This laptop, unpowered with the screen off, is stronger than the PS5 Pro. Oh, golly. I figured they'd have started already. It was supposed to start 26 minutes ago. Let me refresh. Yeah, there's nothing. I don't get it. I don't understand. Phil Spencer even admitted in an interview that Xbox lost the most important console war. He did admit that, but I'm here to tell you something, Christopher. I'm here to tell you something. PlayStation proves him wrong with their own sales data. There is a giant data point that has not been discussed enough, okay? It hasn't been discussed enough. There are 20 million people on the PS5 right now who didn't have a PS4. What does that communicate to you? That there were people last gen who didn't have a PS4 and they bought a PS5. Do you want to know what that means? The market responds to quality. The market responds to value, and they respond to games. If Xbox would have entered this gen with the Series X and a killer cadence of big next-gen titles, they would have potentially turned things around or got more people. Somehow, PlayStation managed to get 20 million people to buy a PS5 who didn't have a PS4. Where did they come from? Lenovo crashed? Oh, is that what happened? Is that why they've done this? Because their showcase even try to start? Streaming is hard, man. Some of these major companies really struggle with it. Ubisoft doesn't know how to set their bit rate whenever they do their UB forward. Ubisoft, contract me. I'll come help you. I have super chats I never thanked. I am so sorry. Hang on a minute. P-Dub H-Town with a $5 super chat said, now they're going to start tracking LG and Samsung TV sales as consoles sold. Yeah, I can't wait to see that sales report. Yeah, suck it, ponies. Look how many LG TVs sold this quarter. $24 from Connor Garrity says, Xbox is 255. Smith stores in Ireland not selling the Pro, sold out in most of their stores. Wait, are you selling the Pro? I'm sorry, Connor, that I took that long to read your €24 super chat. Connor, I appreciate you. I am not that kind of streamer. I got caught up in the moment, and I apologize for not thanking you for that very generous super chat. Anybody else that super chats or gifts, I'm sorry if I missed it. I think I read them all, though. D, none of the above. Okay. A crash stream certainly doesn't give me confidence in their products. So I'm saying, dude, Ubisoft, you contract me, you drop a couple grand in my pocket, and I'll come out to your dadgum event, and I'll teach you how to run a freaking stream. You know what I'm saying? I agree with you. I'm just reporting what Phil Spencer. No. I know what you're saying, Christopher. And I don't necessarily disagree with you. I don't. But I think the 20 million people who bought a PS5 who didn't have a PS4, it proves that Xbox threw in the towel too early. I think they threw in the towel too early. Yeah, sure, you screwed up that gen. So the frick what? Dust yourself off and come out swinging. And that's what Project Scorpio, and that's what the Series X, that's what it looked like they were going to do. It thought, oh, they're going to come out swinging. This is going to be freaking great. And here we sit. We're 5 years into the gen, four to 5 years into the gen, and nope. What are these guys watching? Yeah, these guys are watching, Tech Mundo's watching an old stream of Republic of Gamers, ROG. That's what ROG stands for, isn't it? Yeah, why do people say rogue? I don't get that. ROG literally stands for Republic of Gamers. It's not a word. It's not meant to be rogue. It's ROG. Do you guys say rogue or do you say ROG? I've always said ROG. I don't get that. They dropped the ball so hard it was hard to catch up. Where's your proof of these 20 million? What do you mean, where's my proof of this 20 million? It was a report. It was an internal report on an earnings call with PlayStation that when they were at like 58 or 59 million PlayStation 5s, they said one third of their consumers did not have a PS4. There was somewhere between 18 and 20 million people who bought a PS5 that didn't have a PS4. PlayStation reported that on their own earnings report. I don't need to prove that to you. That's verifiable in the public. You can go look up the data point yourself. That's a ton of people who didn't have a PS4 who suddenly thought, "Oh, I want a PS5." Like, that's a lot of people. I only say Republic of Gamers to confuse people. Viewers are excited about the new gameplay trailer for GTA 6. Some are wondering if it will be released for Xbox. The trailer's out? No, the trailer isn't out. GTA 6 Trailer 2. Trailer 2 isn't here yet. Let me see if anybody's doing any reporting on this. Let's see. 2 hours ago. Yeah, all everybody's doing now is reporting on what I reported on just yesterday, is that they reconfirmed their release date with that LinkedIn post. GTA 6 worst enemy is its own creators, says this website. Why? Whatever. Why are they saying this? I think it's just it's just an opinion piece. It's nothing. Okay. Yeah, nothing new. Nothing new. And a 20 bomb from MASH! This guy needs somebody else to step in the ring with him. Dropping member bombs all of the time. Holy mackerel. Never mind, there's no need to ask for proof for good news for Xbox because there isn't any. Oh, stop. $2 super chat. The PS5s were scalped, chilling in a warehouse right now. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Thank you for the $2 on your 8-month-old account in here on an alt. That's right. That's right, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a new, just absolutely crackhead level theory that 20 million PlayStation 5s have been scalped and are sitting in warehouses right now. Except, wait. We actually have MAU reports that indicate there's approximately 60 million people. The only way they could run the report that the PS5 owners didn't have a PS4 is because they registered in an MAU report to show where they came from. So they have roughly 60 million people MAU on PS5, and they still have roughly 60 million people MAU on PS4. MAU is monthly active user. So, so yeah, all 20 million were bought by scalpers. They were all opened, they were all turned on, and then they all logged in on brand new accounts. That's it. That's exactly right. The least you could have done was super chat 5 to hit the goal if you're going to come in here and troll and clipbait, you cheapskate. Clip that. Reforge Gaming e-beggar scolds viewer for not tipping enough. Can you believe it? He's so mean to his audience. Xbox Prime is not real. I mean, the guy that said it's real, he's consistently got good solid leaks and reports on Call of Duty. He's got contacts. I think we're going to consistently see conflicting reports coming from the Xbox insiders, right? I do. I think they're going to consistently be like, well, I heard this, well, I heard that. And one of the reasons they're going to do that is because they have ever-changing plans. So as those plans make landfall, in the community. Yeah, I mean, the CES YouTube got a keynote with Mr. Yuki Kazumi. So I love names like this, by the way. I wish we had names like Hiroki Totoki, Yuki Kazumi. Like, I love names like that. I'm like jealous. Reforge 100% a based e-beggar. Thank you for the $5 super chat tip, P-Dub H-Town. Yeah, where's Rachel? That's right. I don't understand. This thing is supposed to be starting with Yuki Kazumi. This was supposed to be starting 6 minutes ago. Yeah, keynote starting soon. There's a keynote with Yuki Kazumi. It's Panasonic Holdings. What the frick's going on? Where's Lenovo? Where'd they go? What happened? Lenovo is a no-show. Lenovo is a no-go. Lenovo. I'm sorry. The stream has been scalped. Yeah, it got scalped. It must be scalped. It got scalped. It's not happening. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell y'all. I don't know why y'all are here. I don't. It's not my fault. Lenovo said, "Oh no." Lenovo said, "No. This is terrible. Where's the stupid stream?" Asus is doing something in 23 minutes. Panasonic keynote starts anytime now. Where's the... Here we go. Lenovo at CES. Surround yourself, learn more, read article, discover AI, explore gaming. Lenovo introduces AI PC. It says coming soon. Watch the story about this, learn more. Yeah, I don't understand. They don't have a schedule posted on their Lenovo at CES. It doesn't say what they're doing there. I don't know if maybe that was literally what that countdown was for. A bunch of people seemed to be expecting a Lenovo thing. They have all of their thumbnails ready to go. There's lots of YouTubers who seemingly thought the exact same thing we did, that Lenovo was going to be going live at CES 38 minutes ago. Buy Lenovo, rebrand it Lenovo. Yeah, Lenovo is pretty good. Yeah, we got a whole new batch of products coming out. They're all pretty short though, so because they already did their keynote. Wait, what? This was 37 minutes ago. Lenovo Legion unleashes next-gen gaming power at CES. What the heck is this? I don't understand. Why did their website act like they were going live and doing something? Did they already show all this stuff off? They're doing something, and Jason Ronald will be on stage with him. The Steam OS. None of that was announced yesterday. Remember? I'm losing my mind. That was something that's supposed to happen, right? Yo, Alfonso gifts a member, rounds us out nicely to 135. That puts us a 20 bomb away from the leapfrog. We could leap to 155, another 20 to 175. Need the big boys to start doing a 20 bomb train. Let's see if they'll do it. You read it wrong as a live stream. Not a live stream, but an actual stream at Lenovo recently installed. Okay, they're doing something today. They said that Lenovo was going to announce some handhelds. SteamOS Valve was going to be there with them, and then Xbox was going to be there as well. We reported on this. Okay, hang on. Lenovo CES 2025. Okay. All right, let me go to the news, because this was a report. It was by The Verge. What's this Blue Sky report? So did they not do... The Verge has been posting stuff like this. It's happening. Yeah, Lenovo Legion Go S official 500 buys the first handheld third-party OS handheld. That was today, 11 minutes ago. Valve worked with Lenovo to make it a reality, though there's a Windows version 2 as well. Okay, so this is what we thought was going to happen. There'd be two different versions. Thank you, Alfonso, for gifting another member, and that bumps the line to 136. Okay. Lenovo is trying an experiment. In May, it will officially become the very first company outside of Valve to ship a handheld gaming PC with Steam Deck's wonderfully pick-up-and-play Steam OS instead of Microsoft Windows. And at $500, it'll be a true Steam Deck rival, joining it as one of the lower-priced PC handhelds you can buy. The handheld will be 1.6 pounds. Lenovo Legion Go S, a new and improved version of the company's 8-inch handheld that ditches the Nintendo Switch-like detachable game pads and kickstand for a lighter and more traditional design with a sculpted grip that felt supremely comfortable in my hands. Okay, so Tom Warren's got all the scoops on this, so they didn't do any kind of a stage presentation like we thought they were going to do, okay? Excuse me. It's also one of the few handhelds to market to offer 120 hertz variable refresh rate screen, a highly desirable feature that lets low-powered handheld gameplay feel smooth even if it's not generating lots of frames. That screen will be lower in the resolution at 1920 by 1200 too, and feature a hopefully power-sipping new AMD Ryzen Z2 Go chip. In other words, it might address every major complaint I had with my Legion Go review, while additionally adding fun configurable RGB lighting around the joysticks, slightly larger 55-watt battery, a pair of levers to reduce the throw of the triggers, and a less obtrusive touchpad while retaining the dual USB 4 ports. But Lenovo isn't going all in with Steam OS. Not only will it hedge its bets by shipping a Windows version of the Legion Go S, but as well with a Windows version this month, 4 months ahead of the Steam OS, and the Windows model is white. Okay, so the Windows model is coming this month, and it's white. So, yeah, that's that. We thought there. I was like, I bet you there's 2 versions of it. When we reported on this before, Alfonso makes the confetti rain. Thank you so much. He says, confetto. I appreciate you so much. I'll give you guys another one. I will gift 5 members. All right, there's a new goal for you. And then I'll give 5 members right now as a thank you. Thank you guys so much for the continued generosity to the channel. I appreciate it very, very much. And that 5 gets added to the total. We're now a 10 bomb away. We are now a 10 bomb away from the 150 mark. Thank you so much. So yeah, when we covered this the other day, I said, I bet you they do one of each. I bet you they do a version with Windows and with Steam OS. Am I a fan of professional wrestling? No. My timeline was full of Hulk Hogan getting booed, though. The Windows version shipping in January will cost $730 with 32 gig of RAM, 1 terabyte of storage. In May, the true experiment will begin when gamers can pick up between a $500 Steam OS version with 16 gig 512 and a $600 Windows version with 16 gig 1 terabyte, or the Steam Deck and the Steam Deck OLED for $400 and $550 respectively. Wait, so why? What's this? 32 gig and 1. Oh, double the RAM, double the storage. Okay, I was like, why the frick is that one so much more expensive? Okay. It does sound like it'll be one important reason to pick the Steam Deck over the Legion Go S and vice versa, because AMD's Z2 Go is a different chip. While the Z2 Go announced yesterday sheds cores and GPU generations to be slightly more akin to the Steam Deck semi-custom Aerith and Zephyroth parts, we noted that it targets higher power levels, and Legion Go product manager Alex Zhu confirms to me that the Legion Go S is aimed at 20-watt performance, 30-watt, maybe even 40-watt configurable performance, which will likely offer higher performance and lower battery life than the 15-watt and below Steam Deck chip. Okay, so this was it. This was the big announcement. They're getting into the stuff that I just don't care about. The wattage and the batteries and blah blah blah. Yeah, so that's not surprising at all. I don't exactly know why they felt like they needed Jason Ronald there for that. I don't know if he was part of any of this. Was he part of any of these announcements? Lenovo brings Windows on ARM Mini desktop PC, says Tom Warren. Qualcomm Snapdragon X chips are coming to desktop PC form factors after 2024. Full of Windows on ARM laptops. Full details below. Okay. So this is another reason maybe why Jason Ronald is there. Lenovo brings Windows to ARM to mini desktop PCs. So he reported that today, 46 minutes ago. He likely had all this stuff under embargo, ready to go, and typed up press releases from Lenovo as he broke the story that this was going to be going on. Yeah, we were not the only ones thinking. We were not the only ones thinking that Lenovo was doing something today. Yeah, there's a bunch of embargoed videos that hit 46 minutes ago. Engadget has the Lenovo Legion Go S is the first third-party Steam OS handheld. Their video went live 46 minutes ago. So it seems that this stuff was all under embargo and has now been let out into the wild. So not what we were expecting. We were expecting some kind of a stage presentation where Jason Ronald from Xbox would be there. And that is not what happened. Am I the only one triggered this game gets the BMW moniker? I'm not sure what you're saying. I did about, was there an event? No, there's just a bunch of pressers that are getting released through outlets like The Verge and YouTube outlets like Engadget. It's the Lenovo Legion Go S. It's going to be the first third-party Steam OS device. And it's coming in, it's coming in, what was the date? Was it May? And it, there'll be an operating version with Windows that's coming this month. So it's actually hitting the market first as the Windows device with double the RAM, double the storage. It's a little bit more expensive. And then the lighter version that's like black, it's not white. So, yeah. What was the point of the countdown? It was their like virtual tour of the showroom floor going live, I guess. Could we get 26 more likes on the video? I know that was a bit of a bust, guys. There's plenty of other things to discuss. There's plenty of other things to discuss that came out. We had the Xbox news about the TV and the rumored Xbox Prime. That seemingly has been shot down by Jez Corden. We don't know, though, if they... we're not sure if whose information is right, because Jez, I think, has proven to have contacts. I believe he has contacts, but I also think some of his contacts have outdated info. Time to talk. Sorry, sending something to Creature. Have you guys seen the Space Marine Collector's Edition? It's back. Holy cow. Look at that. That's nice. That's nice. You Space Marine guys get cool stuff all the time. Doom the Dark Ages will support path tracing on Windows PC, coming from Windows Central. More and more reports going to be probably coming out about all the various games. What do you guys think about the TV shows, movies, and things from PlayStation? Helldivers, Horizon, a Tsushima anime. A lot of stuff coming out there as well. He only shut down the name. You had a chance to get to my question yet? No, you guys can submit questions anytime. Let me pull it up here. Have you played Echoes of Wisdom? My wife is big into Zelda games, but is on the fence about this new one. My kiddos bounced off that game pretty quickly. It's one of those games where it doesn't do a great job of telling you where to go. It's like there were multiple times where, like, I tried to help them and I was like, it just wants you to go here and look for something. I was like, I don't know what you're supposed to look for. I was like, I don't know what you're supposed to be doing. So yeah. It seemed like it was going to be a little bit one of those games where you've really got to pay attention to the clues and what the NPCs say. it didn't seem as straightforward. I remember even in yo, what's good, Gabriel? I remember even in the did you read my chance my question? Yeah, sorry. I distracted myself. I remember even in Link's Awakening. I remember in Link's Awakening having to like look up where to go next sometimes. Because it's just one of those games where it's like it'll give you like very generic directions of where to go and like what to do and what to look for. So it was a really cute game, and I really liked the mechanic of being able to like summon stuff to solve puzzles. Like there were a couple times like I grabbed it and I just quickly solved it just because, you know, you start thinking outside the box when you've not been playing. You know, so it's like it definitely had some cool features to it with that. Like you basically can summon anything that you've captured in your little wand, which I thought was very, very cool and gave opportunity for unique solutions to problems. So that's because there's only echoes of wisdom, not full-fledged wisdom. That's right. That's right. So, yeah, it was a cute game, but my kids bounced off it. And so, former Annapurna staff is going to take over private division franchises. Are they going to be able to make... My daughter's always asking about Stray. Let's see. That's interesting. I was going to report on the Destiny 1 thing. I mean, I can give you guys the lowdown on Destiny 1. Its tower got updated for some reason. We don't know if it was a ghost in the machine or somebody trolling or being goofy, but their game got updated. The tower in Destiny 1 got updated. And then Astacross claimed there was a Destiny 1 remaster coming, and he had quotes from an alleged source. He was trolling. It was 100% not real. He was just goofing. He was just being silly. So there is no Destiny 1 remaster officially. I mean, we don't know. There could be, but there's not been one officially announced. So what is the song that always comes up on these shows? If you're talking about the one right now, it's called Dark by Panda Beats. It's a copyright-free synthwave playlist that I use. Probably a hack. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it was real. I think somebody was goofing around. I think either at Bungie or it was either somebody goofing around at Bungie or like a ghost in the machine. Sarah says, I bet the Xbox Prime is a mid-gen refresh. I don't think the next Xbox console is going to be out in 2026. I also don't think it's going to be a traditional console. So Chris Dring, anecdotally, games on Game Pass expect to lose more, about 80% of their premiums on Xbox. That's the figure that gets thrown around. It's less if it's a big mainstream release, but generally, look at how low Hellblade 2 charted, or where Indiana Jones came, or even Starfield. Game Pass clearly hurt sales of those titles. So Chris Dring from GameIndustry.biz suggests that 80% is typically the number that's thrown around for games that hit Game Pass. I mean, that's not surprising at all. That's a lot of people that don't have to buy the game. Jez shot down Xbox Prime. He did, but here's the problem. MTO with a Member Plus renewal and bumps the member line to 142. Here's the problem. The guy that claimed Xbox Prime is a thing has consistently gotten things right about Call of Duty. So one of them could have outdated information. The Hope guy could have outdated information. Maybe maybe Call of Duty devs were making something for maybe they were making something for something called Xbox Prime. I don't know. And maybe it's been canceled. Maybe it's real, and for some reason, Jez's contacts don't know about it yet. Jason Schreier said last year on, I think it was on the Friends Per Second podcast, nobody at the top of Xbox knew what was going on because the plans kept changing. So it's really hard to give credit to one insider over another. One of them could have outdated info. Jez's info could be outdated. This other guy's info could be outdated. We don't know. There's no way to know who's right and who's wrong. Yo, Rissick with the $5 super chat tip says, did you see Shift Up gifted their employees a PS5 Pro and some money for the success of Stellar Blade? I did see that, like a $3,700 bonus. DMG, the CM over there at Bungie, has said that tomorrow, Act 3, pardon our dust. Quite literally nothing to see here. With the Destiny 1 thing. Just some old unintended echoes in Destiny 1. Our focus for Destiny is, well, Destiny 2. You'll continue to see content updates and development for some time in the space. Destiny 1 will continue to be available, but no content or updates planned. Sorry for the confusing hiccup. There you go. So their former and now once again community manager. He's their global community lead. He's their global community lead. And that's what he said. So, wait, why is Intergalactic up on stage? Neil Druckmann discuss Intergalactic, the heretic prophet, at CES. He did? Can we get that clip or that talk to watch somehow? I would like to know what he said. That would be very cool to be able to see it. Any new Xbox hardware would be a financial flop, basically throwing away any money they make from COD. I think that's a bit of an overstatement. I don't think they would be throwing away money that they make from COD. He didn't say anything. Did he just say they're making the game? I don't think they're throwing away the money they make from COD. I think future Xbox hardware will be of a very different... It'll have a very different mindset, approach, and goal. He mentioned it for like 2 sentences. Okay. He mentioned it for a second when he was there to talk about the TLU show. Okay, yeah, then who cares? In the realm of hardware with Xbox, I think they're going to have hardware. They're going to have some type of a console. I just don't think it's going to have the goals that consoles typically have had for them. I think they want to be in a position to say, we have a variety of ways to interact with our ecosystem. We have this Lenovo Legion Go coming out that has Windows on it, and you can play Game Pass on it. And if you want, you can play Steam games on it, right? It's great access point if you want it. We've got the Series S. We've got the Series X. We just partnered with LG TVs. We partnered with Amazon Fire Stick. Like, I think that's their goal with hardware. So I don't think they want to completely step out of the hardware arena, especially when they have the Surface team working on the next piece of hardware. I don't think you task the Surface team with the next piece of hardware if you're completely abandoning hardware. But I also don't think you task the Surface team with the next piece of hardware if you're just gonna spit out another traditional console. Simple math, says Jake. If they budget numbers, they say if they sell one console more than 1 million, it's profit. The arrow goes up for Microsoft. That's all they care about. Yeah, I think the bigger question would be just how quickly does the Series X and S sort of disappear from the market. We're already seeing that there are markets that they're pulling out of because it's not selling, right? They're not shipping them anymore, and so they're being pulled from shelves. We've seen those reports. So, yeah, I would be curious at how quickly that happens. Jor Raptor reporting that in Assassin's Creed Shadows, you can chain dodges into parkour moves to quickly go over objects in a more seamless, more thorough environment. So, that dive was actually kind of cool. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, I think they've done... I'm telling you, I've got a good feeling. I've got a good feeling about this. I know people have given me grief in my comments for feeling like AC Shadows might deliver. He's got a new details, big returning feature. So check out Jor Raptor's latest video. It's his first video of the year. Jor's been great with Assassin's Creed details and videos. And I don't know, dude. The more I see about the animations from that game, like when she stepped onto the ice and she slipped a little bit, and the different attacks that they had, man, I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit better about that game the more I see, every time. Insider Gaming thinks the developer direct will be announced soon. Yeah, I said that I thought it would be announced today, because once they're kind of done with their announcements, like Matt Booty was a part of the AMD thing with FSR. Now they've got their announcements with Lenovo out into the wild. Yeah. I think they announced it today. Yo, what's good? DJB with 7 months of memberships bumps the line to 143. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, DJB. I definitely want to see more of AC Shadows. I haven't completely written it off just yet. I think they made obvious mistakes and had some poor judgment, but what that doesn't mean, though, that doesn't mean that internally they don't have good people making good stuff. Like if they're coming up with really good animation sets, really good combat systems, things of that nature, I wouldn't think that, like, oh man, they did a bad job with this collector's edition thing, or somebody thought it would be a good idea to put hip hop over top of Yasuke's combat. Like, those were obvious lapses in judgment, but that's not necessarily on the dev team. That stuff's usually handled by your marketing team, the folks that are kind of putting everything into the packages and thinking through, and like the collector's edition stuff. That stuff doesn't fall on the dev team. I don't think that falls on the dev team. And so that means you could still have a great game even though it's kind of shrouded in nonsense. Kind of like what's happening with Avowed and South of Midnight, as they're getting sort of ripped up because of what, a game director said and what a community manager said. And it's like, that has nothing to do with the dev team. That has nothing to do with the quality of the game. They hired somebody, or they have somebody on staff who, thinks thing and pops off with, certain phrases or certain ideas or beliefs. And then it's like, wow, that's a really polarizing thing to say, right? So in the same vein, I don't think like the marketing department for AC Shadows or whoever packaged a lot of that stuff is a reflection of the game's quality, if that makes sense. Retro game campaign. Here are the details. One of the largest retro and action game developers. Yeah, I don't know what the game is though. No, I don't know. How many layers of approval do you think the rap music went through before release? I'm thinking 3 or 4 layers of approval. Right, but track with me here. Whoever approved that, or whoever approved that collector's edition thing that was like apparently, I guess, like a pretty as a pretty meaningful thing, and it was kind of offensive to have it as like a collector's item and have them like sitting on it, right? It's like isn't it like a what is it? I'm trying to think of it. It's like a memorial. It's like a memorial to a tragedy. And so the people that approved that and did that stuff, I don't think they are representative of the development team. Like, you can have a development team do an incredible job with, like we've seen. I mean, I think the animations and some of the systems within AC Shadows, I think looks very, very promising. That has nothing to do with that stupid trailer or that stupid collector's edition thing that they did. Or like people that put the wrong icons or the wrong trees in bloom. That has nothing to do with the quality of the dev work with respect to, like, is the combat system good? Is the parkour and the stealth good? Joel Raptor just uploaded the part. Yeah, I showed it on. He had a clip on Twitter that I showed the stream. Citizen JV submits a question. You can have your questions featured if you're a member. Thank you, everybody who is either gifting members, renewing members, or signing up brand new to be a member. You're joining the community when that happens. What's your guess for the reviews of Assassin's Creed Shadows? I mean, I'll be honest. There are going to be... I hate that this is the reality, okay? But there are going to be outlets that are very predisposed to be glowing about it because they feel like they have to defend it against people that are basically like their anger over Yasuke ranges from, you know, genuine disappointment and hateful awfulness. So there's like a spectrum, right? I think there are people that are just kind of genuinely disappointed. They're like, we've waited all this time to get this game and I wanted to play as a samurai, and this seems like a bad misstep. This seems like a bad idea, right? I think there are people that are genuinely disappointed about that and they're not being hateful. I think there are people that are all the way on the other end of the spectrum that are being hateful about Yasuke's presence in the game, okay? So, I think... y'all are brainwashed? Who are you saying that to? I think there are going to be outlets that feel like they have to kind of run defense force for AC Shadows. And they're just going to like automatically give it a good score because they feel like they're fighting the good fight for, you know, diversity and representation, which is absolutely not how a game should be reviewed, okay? I also think there are going to be YouTubers, grifters, podcasters, and people on Twitter that are going to absolutely grift their butt off. You know, won't say racism. I'm not trying to say certain words. YouTube flags videos if you use certain words, and I don't feel like it. Like, that's not the topic of this video, and they'll flag your video for saying certain things and be like, yeah, this one's, you know, limited advertisements or whatever the frick. So, yeah, so I think there are going to be people that just grift their ever-loving butt off. Like, as soon as the game comes out, they'll be out there doing their thing. The Ubi haters? I don't know if Ubi haters are brainwashed. I think Ubisoft has certainly supplied an ample amount of reasons to be frustrated or disappointed in the future of their stuff. I think they're in a bad spot right now. A lot of confidence in the company has been completely eroded, and I don't think it's like brainwashed haters. I think it's consumers that have seen a lot of disappointing things. I mean, people were pretty disappointed in Avatar. People were pretty disappointed in Star Wars Outlaws. You know, people were pretty disappointed in Skull and Bones. I mean, there's ample reason for people to say, and for them to not be brainwashed, to be like, man, I think they're on a bad track record right now. Yeah, I saw Chris String's report that, like, Game Pass, the estimate is that Game Pass will typically lower sales of the game by about 80%. Star Wars Outlaws wasn't bad either. Sure it was. It launched in a state where they've had to do complete overhauls of the stealth system. They've had to completely revamp certain things there. They've had to push out significant quality of life updates with respect to you know, performance and graphics and everything else. That game launched in a pretty rough state. It was, I mean, come on. I think the skepticism, the doubt, or the sort of like I don't trust or want to buy Ubisoft stuff right now, I think is totally fair. I think it's totally fair. I don't think anybody who thinks that is just like on a brainwash kick. I think that they've made it clear that they've stretched themselves too thin, because a lot of those games, it's like it was just very, very, you know, disappointing. Who's mad at the rap music? I don't think anybody was necessarily mad. It was just really tone deaf. What about Avatar, one of the most underrated games recently? I was really liking it, Garrett, and I gave it high praise, especially from the graphics and the sound design. But it was honestly, it was so Far Cry clone. I did not appreciate people saying that initially. I thought people were being too dismissive. But the more I played it, the more those rough edges of Far Cry started to rear their head. Now, the users might think differently. Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora, PlayStation Store. I've always said that the user score speaks louder than the review outlets, and that speaks louder than me. It has a 3.92 on PlayStation. That's a 78. That is not a very strong score. That is not a strong score. I feel like the users are backing me here, right? I'm not pulling fallacy of the group, but I'm just saying it seems like the general consensus is that this was a pretty tepid title. It has a 3.8. It has the exact same score, virtually, almost the exact same score on Xbox. All right, and then let's check the old Steam-a-rooney. All right. Steam, it has an overall 67, and then in the last 30 days, it has a 71%. That's fair, but I've never played Far Cry. That likely helped you. I was absolutely loving Avatar for the first 10 hours, and then I started to get into the hunting content loop, and I was like, yeah, this is the same crap I hated in Far Cry. They didn't innovate. They just, you sense the enemy, track the enemy, shoot the enemy, don't get what you need. So there's an entire micro grind in that game that is unnecessarily arduous because they can't see their own nose in the mirror. Like, it's like they're so blinded by the mechanic of like, well, we did this before, so let's just keep doing it. They don't think through the fact that, like, no, that's actually pretty unenjoyable to have a micro grind be so arduous. Micro grinds should not be arduous because they're micro grinds. I'm literally trying to get a piece of leather to drop from an animal so that I can make my purse bigger or whatever the frick. That should be quick. That doesn't need to be a lengthy process. It should quite literally be a box check. Yeah, go do this. Go kill this thing, get the thing, and then you can increase your carrying capacity or whatever the heck. As soon as I went through that, as soon as I had it go bad a couple of times when I was hunting, I was like, yeah, this has been around since Far Cry 3, Far Cry 4, And I think that's why it got the score that it got. It got a score that represents consumers saying, yeah, this isn't necessarily a bad game, but it's also not very good game either. So, I mean, you're saying it's underrated. I think at some level it was excellent. It was excellent in its presentation, its direction, its graphics, its sound design. It was absolutely excellent. There were moments where you could just sit and listen to the rain or listen to the music or listen to the people talk and chat. Like, it had this almost like living, breathing feel to it. But man, oh man, that gameplay got stale uber quick because they were dialing in some of the same flat tires and some of the same shortcomings that had been in the Far Cry formula for years. I mean, for literal years. This was not a new development. It was not a new criticism. The only reason I've considered going back to Avatar is for the co-op. That's the only thing I've considered going back for. It's like, I wonder if my wife and I can enjoy that open world co-op. Like, if we could enjoy it. We're still on the hunt for a good co-op game. I feel like there's one coming this month. I know there's the one in March. But yeah. What do you guys think about this? Let me change the subject a little bit. Let me throw out a hamdinger here. And see if we can't get some skips on the water and make some ripples, right? While I'm doing this, guys, smash the like button. Check to see if your membership is up for renewal. What do you think about this rumor about there's going to be a code-altering update in Starfield? No one else has come out and corroborated the rumor, but the main reason I was thinking there was some believability to the rumor was actually Shattered Space. Yeah, Split Fiction I'm really looking forward to. That's from the guys, that's from the Hazelight guys. That's in March. Like, I started thinking about it, and I was like, okay, what would the reason be for the Shattered Space DLC being what it was? There it is. Hilly renews and says, I have a thing. We're very proud of your thing. 144. Thank you so much, Hilly. And that bumps the line even closer to the next milestone of 150. Thanks for 47 months, Hilberg. Multiplayer? No, I don't think multiplayer. I think it would be efforts to get the game ready for other platforms. Like when they added the performance modes. 15 months from Otavio Cruz. Yep, my membership is on to renew. Keep it up, Lono. Thank you very much. We are now a 5 bomb away from 150. We'll see if anybody swoops in and takes the glory to get us to that milestone, and then I owe you guys 5 more. Why do people keep commenting about the GTA 6 trailer 2 leak on iShowSpeed's live stream? Red Dead Redemption 2. I'm trying to find it and searching. Nothing about a trailer 2 leak, and who knows? I mean, he might have been trolling. VIP till the day you stop streaming. Thank you, Narwaffle. And that bumps us to 146. Thank you, sir. They added performance months ago. Right, they added those performance modes months ago, and I always felt like that was groundwork. It felt to me like groundwork for bringing the game to other platforms. Okay, so with the rumor that there's going to be code-altering update for Starfield, it made me think the first thing I thought of was Shattered Space. And P-Dub H-Town drops a 10 bomb on the chat. Such a generous thing to do. Thank you so much, P-Dub H-Town. And that puts us in the leapfrog position. We're now a 20 bomb away from 176. That's the next milestone. I owe you guys 5 right now. Thank you so much, P-Dub H-Town, setting that up. We'll see if anybody takes the bait out here fishing. Appreciate you, P-Dub. My theory was this. The first thing I thought of was Shattered Space. I was like, well, maybe that's why Shattered Space landed the way that it landed. They have all hands on deck doing some kind of a 2.0 overhaul to Starfield, right? And if they're working on that, that's why Shattered Space was not good. They didn't have a lot of people working on it. 157, thank you so much, Alfonso, for gifting a member. This is why I don't think they're doing this as Lone Wolf. This is the feedback they took from Shattered Space. All right, hang on. Speaking to GameFile, Xbox's Phil Spencer spoke about the conversation he had recently with Bethesda's Todd Howard. Recalling the conversation with Howard about the reception to Starfield's recent Shattered Space DLC, Spencer said, I think some of the feedback on the expansion is we wanted more features. And he's like, well, should we have waited to put the buggies out? Spencer went on, I think you're trying to tune both development effort and the impact of the expansion, and I think there will always be balance to managing the game month to month. I think that's just more spin. I think that's just more spin. I really do. This guy just called out this other guy. I guess he's a fake PR agent for Obsidian. Yeah, a guy probably went private or deleted his account after getting called out for being a fake. Yeah, he's gone. Looks like the account's gone. Maybe. No, it's there. I just couldn't search for it. Yeah, it says he's a PR agent for Obsidian. And this guy's saying he doesn't know him. Got people out here with fake accounts. I had a scam. I need to post the screenshots. She reached out. She had in her profile a link to LinkedIn, so she looked legit, like she worked for Asus. Because if you go to her LinkedIn, she's been the country marketing manager for Asus for like 10 years, according to LinkedIn. And so it looks legit, right? Well, she's like, hey, we'd like to do this thing, blah, 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 blah. You just have to go here and sign the NDA so I can talk to you. And I'm like, okay, that's pretty standard affair. You might show me a monitor or show me screenshots of something that I'm not allowed to talk about. Well, instead of just going to a DocuSign and signing an NDA, which is what every single company has ever done, it takes me to like DocuFast, which is like this fake version of DocuSign. And it like you can see the NDA, but it's like blurred out. I'm like, huh? And it tries to download an executable, and I'm like, no. I'm like, something's fishy about this. I should not have to download an executable and install something on my computer to view an NDA. And so when I accused them of it being a scam, they were like, I don't know what you're talking about. And then when I said I was going to screenshot everything and call them out, they didn't reply because it's a scam. That I think they got somebody recently. I swear I saw a guy say they got his YouTube account because he fell for like a very convincing NDA is what he said. So yeah, Lone Wolf, if that's what they got from the feedback about Shattered Space, I again feel like that's just more Bethesda hubris about how like they can't admit that their game wasn't great. We got into a debate about this yesterday. I think it was in members about like why I'm not confident in Elder Scrolls 6 because I just think Bethesda is at some they're all going to suck. Hello, okay. I think that they achieved greatness in the past, but they haven't proven to be able to achieve greatness in the present. And if the way they handled feedback and negativity about Starfield, I think these guys are out of touch. I think they're drunk on hubris. I think that they think they're still this like innovative, monumental developer. And I'm like, no, I don't think so. Lono's making friends everywhere since 50K. What do you mean? Oh yeah, the scam. Yeah, as soon as you hit 50K, dude, you get a lot of offers almost overnight. My inbox every morning is full, just absolutely full, busting at the seams full of offers for stuff. Yeah. Thank you, Perfect Image, for 15 months of memberships. Why Xbox copy a PlayStation controller or data clickbait? Second, I'm glad Xbox complained about their ports going to PlayStation. It's going to be keeping happening. Sorry. Why are they copying the PlayStation controller? What are you talking about? That was a third-party company that made that. Are you talking about the controller that looks like a DualSense? If you are, that was not Xbox that did that. Yeah, Xbox did not do that. A lot of old heads at Bethesda who won't give up the power. Not a good combo. Robbie V fell for one like that recently with Monster, and they had his channel. It's really convincing. It is. It's really convincing. You're like, oh, let me go look at this NDA, and it tries to grab an EXE. You know what I mean? If you're getting too much bad attention since you got 50K, we can all unsub. No. Please don't do that. Shattered Space was negatively received because we released the buggy early is crazy headcanon. It's hubris headcanon. It's like they can't see past what they think is their own greatness. It's like Starfield wasn't that great. I'm sorry, it wasn't. The user scores are clear on this. Shattered Space was bad. The user scores are clear on this. And their inability to receive the negative feedback, it gives me zero confidence in their content going forward. If you think Starfield was great and you think Shattered Space fell flat because you put the buggy in the game too early, well then, oh, for frick's sake, there's no hope. There's no hope. Do we know what happened with the Lenovo thing? Yeah, they announced their handheld. It's going to be SteamOS, but there's also going to be a Windows version as well. Here's a question about this from Citizen JV. This is something you can do as a member. He says, if Starfield comes to PlayStation, do you think PlayStation gamers want it? No. Not in its current state. That's why I could be compelled that they are doing an all-hands-on-deck overhaul to the code to get it to a place where they're not dealing with the loading screens. They're not dealing with the the performance issues or the everything that makes a game feel dated, maybe they're trying to overhaul with respect to like the AI, the way the quests progress, the way that the enemies interact with you, the way that the speaking NPCs interact with you, the loading screens. I mean, they could be doing some kind of an overhaul. I don't know. My theory was that that's why Shattered Space was so thin. The thing with visionary old heads is that it's the extremely rare visionary that keeps having new visions. Most are just stuck with one. Yeah. If they've all moved on to Elder Scrolls 6, then no. I don't know. You right now, you could compel me that Starfield won't come over, that they changed their plans. You could compel me to that because of the reception it would receive. I don't think it would be received well. Cozy game, but it ain't hitting. We have more leaks for the Switch 2 as well. The Nintendo Switch 2 dock leaks 60-watt charger and design details. Until this morning, I was approximately 50% sure the Switch 2 would be officially revealed this month. I'm now 99% sure the Switch 2 will be officially revealed this month. Yeah, it's getting real leaky out here. If it ships with a 60-watt charger for the dock, can we extrapolate anything from that? I don't know if we can extract. I would need some of the tech heads to weigh in here. I love Starfield just as much, if not more, than Skyrim. Why would old hats give up power? Imagine you work for this company for 20 plus years. Now you're one of the executives in your 50s and the younger staff wants you to leave. Would you give up? I mean, if I was a long-standing employee of Bethesda and shipped out, things like Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, and Fallout, and then I shipped Starfield, I'd be like, it's time to go, bro. I think Pete Hines left because he was really upset about what happened. I don't think Starfield was originally going to ship like that. I don't. Like I said, I've theorized that game's entire pipeline of development got disrupted by the acquisition, and I think that's why Pete Hines left. I think he was ticked about what happened to that game. That game was supposed to be, a magnum opus for them, and it wasn't. And now they're looking at Elder Scrolls to be the magnum opus. Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't have confidence. I don't have confidence in that company at all. Zubair says, no, we cannot extrapolate anything from the charger. It's just how quickly it can charge the battery. It doesn't tell us about the TDP of the chip in docked mode. Well, we know it's more than 60 watts, I guess. Okay. Guys, thanks so much for another strong turnout today. Lots of people still here hanging out, and some of the members are submitting questions. You can pretty much dictate what we talk about as a member. You can even have your question, featured on the channel when you're a member. So consider, if you do want to support the channel directly, hit that join button and make sure you pick Member Plus. That's the $6 membership. That differentiates you from gifted members. We do ask people who get gifted to consider stepping up and leaning in and supporting the channel directly. I know a lot of people on YouTube are like, I don't do that. I don't pay for memberships. We have an entire second part of this channel that you don't get access to if you're not a member. We did morning coffee this morning. We do a segment in the afternoon. I do streams with my wife. All that's just for the members. So consider jumping in and supporting directly. If you can't support directly, be here as often as you can. You might get a gifted member. If anything right now you can do to help, though, that's free, it's hit the like button. Let's try to get to 400 likes. And let me put this question up on the board. PWH Town says, have you seen the astronomical budgets for Call of Duty? The budgets have increased over each year while sales have declined. In your opinion, how will putting it on Game Pass help solve this trend? It will not help solve this trend, and I still firmly believe that Black Ops 6 landing on Game Pass is something that Phil Spencer fought tooth and nail for. I think tooth and nail he fought Satya on that. I don't think they wanted to put it on there. If the budgets for Call of Duty have been going up year over year and they're hitting these astronomical sizes that we're seeing from these leaks, the last thing I think executives want to do, is put it on Game Pass. Destin Legary has announced, after 13 years at IGN, I quit my dream job with nearly 1 billion views generated. It's time I take the leap and bet on myself. What's next for me in gaming? He's launched something called Save State Plus, which is, he's classifying himself here as an independent games coverage. So he's launched like a Patreon, and it looks like that will be his new brand on his channel. Multiple tiers on his YouTube and Patreon channel. He just announced that today. Yeah, Rock said he's suffering more layoffs because of the Kill the Justice League thing. Yeah. I'll be interested to see what the reception to that is. Yeah, I'll be interested to see what the reception is, because more and more people are doing the I'm going independent thing, and I'll be curious to see what type of support some of these guys get after, you know, some of their tenure and how they've handled certain coverage. Helldivers 2 director says the reason for saluting the flag makes it go faster is that all the devs did it anyway, so one of the coders added it as an Easter egg? Huh. Rats jumping ship. I don't know if it's rats jumping ship. I think IGN, like Creature predicted that IGN doesn't survive the year. I think he's probably correct. I think they mushroomed up too big. They acquired all these places. I don't think they generate enough revenue anymore. How's Totillo doing? I see he's doing more collaborations. I think Totillo is trusted. I think that's the difference between Totillo and a lot of these other guys. I think people will subscribe to guys like Totillo. I think people follow, subscribe, listen to, watch, or, you know, read the articles from Insider Gaming because Tom Henderson's trusted. I think a lot of these guys have earned a reputation of not being very trustworthy, and so going independent might be rough going for them starting out. So the best thing they could stress is that they're no longer under a situation of access journalism. That would be the best way to earn almost immediate, maybe not trust, but at least tentative interest. You might get tentative interest from people if you're like, yeah, I'm no longer in a situation where I have to worry about access journalism. If the access journalism continues and they leverage their contacts and they still get info and games early, and they kind of toe the party line, well, then it won't feel like independent coverage. It'll feel like a horse of a different color. He would never let me interview him, Will Hancock. So I've got a video I'm sketching out in my mind about the state of games journalism, because I've talked about it a lot recently, and why this will likely be one of the last years it's even looked to as a main source of information and platforms. I think you're going to see a significant change this year. I'm going to talk about what brought that about, and why it's going to change shape and honestly not really necessarily get any better. So I'll talk about that in a video, I think, soon. Question from Caleb Pratt. He says, are you considering upgrading the PC with the new NVIDIA 50 series coming out? I mean, I always see when stuff like that comes out, I always like to wait and see. Early adopters tend to deal with issues. I remember when I got my 2080 rig, the first one they sent was DOA. That's just a thing that can happen sometimes. Like the early 2080 cards weren't doing so hot. They had a fail rate, you know. I think that's like par for the course. So, you know, I would probably wait. I'm not in any hurry. I mean, obviously, I would love right now to start partnering with, you know, PC companies, headphone companies, a chair company. These are all, you know, potential sponsors I'd like to look into dealing with. So just depends if we can get the attention of people and prove to them this is a concept worth investing in, you know. 2080s had memory chip issues. I can't remember what it was. It was just dead when it showed up. The system wouldn't even boot. I had to use the onboard HDMI to even get into Windows, and like it just didn't see the card. Joel with 2 months of members says, with Black Ops 6, this is the first time I noticed an event to have a pair of tier of unlocks. I may be wrong, but that was due to, I think it's due to Game Pass. Yeah, there's been a lot of criticism of the monetization of Black Ops 6, and it potentially is in response to the inflating budgets, and the inflating budgets also then being coupled with, being coupled with putting on Game Pass. You know, all those things potentially coinciding. So, yeah. I've got more questions in here. Let me take them. Hang on. I want to throw this Chris Dring thing in my room for tomorrow about Game Pass. Noah says, are you excited for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? If you're still unsure on first-person melee combat, Chivalry 2 does it fantastic and was on the PS Plus games catalog. Hoping Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 does it similar or better. I will actually, hopefully, if we can work this out, if Creature's no longer under the weather, we should be able to have this ready for Friday. I will be able to post a Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 preview on Friday. And then, depending on how that preview goes, I also will be doing a review of the game for early February. The preview is going to be contingent upon whether or not the review happens, because I am very much not the target audience for that game, which could make for a great and informative and helpful preview. It could also make for a great and informative review as well. My understanding from the marketing and from what everybody said is it's probably a pretty beefy game, and with my play habits, I don't know if I'd be able to like roll credits for the review. So, yeah, the preview Friday will be a preview, and then the other thing might turn into first impressions. It might turn into first impressions. I don't know if I'll be able to do an exhaustive review because I just have limited time to play through these games. I just don't have a ton of time to hack away at them. So, excited to start getting offers like that. I thought that was pretty cool. You know what I mean? I have a new stretch goal. Every time Lono touches his hair, he has to gift a membership. He'd end up with 50K members. Hey, I've done a pretty good job not touching it today. You have a strand of hair out of place still. So do you. It's going to be a big game. Yeah, it's my understanding. I'm not giving you any feedback on the game right now. Like, I'm not breaking NDA. It's my understanding from what fans of the franchise have said in the marketing, it's going to be a pretty stout game. Like, I'm not going to be able to, like, beat it in 10 hours. So that'll make it difficult for me to do an exhaustive review. So a preview and then, like, a first impressions, I think it'll be helpful because there's probably a lot of people that are like me that are like, I don't know if I could get down with that combat. That's always been, you know, my issue. Tales of Iron 2 trailer dropped. Yeah, we showed it earlier. It dropped this morning on the PlayStation channel. I showed it in my show open. So, yeah. So excited to be included on something like that. I had another game. I've had another game reach out about showcasing their game, and they the potential to do like a sponsored thing, and then I've been applying for like codes with other games. The problem with a lot of the websites where you apply for a code is you get a code for like day one, which does nothing for me. Like, I'm not trying to not buy the game. I'll buy your game and showcase it day one. giving me a code so I don't have to buy the game is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for early access so I can do an informed, good, well-built video. So you can do first impressions when the embargo lifts if you can't do a full review. That's probably what will end up happening, Garrett Green. I don't want to make promises about a review. I just know my time's very limited right now, and a game like that's going to be very hard for me to finish in time. I believe the embargo for the review is like February 3rd or something like that. So I'm not poor, you jerks. I'm impatient. It just doesn't help. It's like, I appreciate it. You saved me money from buying the game, but the real value is having the game early so that you can make a good video that it's like informed and you picked apart, the different systems and stuff. And the Kingdom Come Deliverance, they said this on Twitter. They're like, we're sending out codes a month early. I'm like, that's really good. You're giving people plenty of time to play your game. So obviously the issue there is you can't necessarily critique or review some of the performance issues that show up in games because there's always that day one patch that fixes a lot of them. So thank you so much, King Sovereign, for a $10 super chat. Just want to get your thoughts on Tencent being designated as a Chinese military company and what that could mean for the industry going forward. Apologies if you've already covered it. I have not covered that, and I don't know what to say about that. I mean, I don't know what that could even mean. I can't even think through the ramifications of what that could mean. Yo, what's good, Square Pusher? If you guys haven't hit the like button yet, hit the like button. You can always submit questions. Just like this, and it shows up if you're a member. Spider Senseless says, what are you looking forward to with Sony shows? Do you want Ghost to focus on action fights or more legend story? Same goes for Helldivers, see more jokes, or pretty democracy spreading. I don't really care about getting updates on Helldivers. They're going to do what they're going to do. I would really, really love to see Ghost of Yote gameplay. I really, really want a Ghost of Yote gameplay trailer, and I want it to be like uncut gameplay. So I'd love to see that. I would love to see another first-party game this year. Herman Holst seems to indicate in an interview, I believe it was with Famitsu, he seemed to indicate that they view Death Stranding 2 as part of their games and catalog this year, which is interesting because that's not a first-party title. So I'm not really sure if in his mind that means, yeah, you're getting 2 games from PlayStation this year, and one of them is Death Stranding 2. I'm not too sure what he meant by that in his answer. Joker Quinn gifts a member and gets us to 158. We'll probably be wrapping on the stream in 15 minutes. If you guys can get that to 200 members, I'll let you extend. I've been letting you guys extend the stream and kind of do AMAs and submit your own questions, and you guys get to kind of run the show. I kind of put you in the position of being the studio producer, director of the show. You guys can renew members, gift members, or sign up for brand new members and extend the show. So we've got 15 minutes before we'll end up in writer's room, or you can extend. And I've still got some questions here as well from you guys. But yeah, I would love to see from PlayStation another first-party game this year. Death Stranding used to be a first-party title. Right. He got asked a question about that, and he seemed to indicate that Death Stranding 2 is part of the PlayStation Studio lineup and catalog this year, which is interesting because Kojima Productions is not a PlayStation studio. They may view them as like second-party. Like, imagine he was answering the question for the year that Helldivers 2 came out, okay? I believe Herman Hulse would have couched Helldivers 2 as a PlayStation game, as a PlayStation Studio catalog game, even though they don't own Arrowhead. Now, they own the IP. But I think those, like, second-party relationships, I think in their mind, are close enough to first-party. Like, I truly don't think... I truly don't think that they view it as rigidly as the Twitter warriors do. Does that make sense? I don't think they view it as rigidly as the Twitter warriors. I think when they view it, they're like, no, that's our game, ... for now. And that's all that matters to them. Like, I don't think Herman Hulst is like, oh, well, no, we're not going to classify Death Stranding 2 as our game because it's we don't own the studio, and it'll eventually end up on other platforms. I don't think he views it that rigidly. And you can say that's copium, that's whatever, that's Pony's coping, that's Herman Hulst coping. I don't give a frick about that anymore. Like, it's just a bunch of nonsense. Like, all that matters to me is quality and where can I play the game. Those are the two questions. If the game's at quality, well, where can I play it is the next question. Stellar Blade was at quality. Where can I play it? PlayStation. Astrobot, Rise of the Ronin. Were the games at quality? Ronin had some rough edges, but it was overall, I think, a quality shipped game. Helldivers 2. I wasn't interested in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, but those are other games that shipped. And you could say that, Final Fantasy Rebirth had issues with performance because it did. But if I was interested in that game, it's like, well, okay, it might have some quality issues that turn me off, but where can I play it? So, like, to me, exclusives are way more important than who owns the studio. Because that's access. And that's more deterministic of where I'm going to be spending my time. What doesn't determine where I play is who owns the studio. I wasn't like, yeah, I'm not really interested in Rise of the Ronin. I'm not really interested in Stellar Blade. They look like games that'd be right up my alley, but I'm not interested because, they don't own the studio. Like, does that make sense? Like, I'm never gonna have my interest diminished or increased or any of that in a game simply because they don't own the studio. My interest in games is not determined by that. So, Ponies view second party as first. I don't view second party as first. I view it as I don't care. This is only Pony talk. I don't think it's Pony talk at all. I just don't care. I don't care. Like, if you had like a Venn diagram of like first party, second party, third party, and then a circle of the degree to which I care, it's like it barely even touches the circle. Yes, I care about the first party studios a little bit more because they've got a proven track record of excellence, whether it's Santa Monica or Guerrilla or Insomniac or Bend or Housemarque, right, or Blue Point. Like, they have a proven track record of excellence. So yeah, I care, but I don't care about them because they're first party. I care because of the excellence, the causality, the magnetism, the thing that draws me to them and their games is the quality. I don't give a frick. Like, if Housemarque and Insomniac were still not owned by PlayStation, that would not have affected my enjoyment of Ratchet, Spider-Man, or Returnal. It wouldn't have. It's like, I don't care. The only reason I have a vested interest in the catalog of first-party studios is quite literally because of their track record of excellence. All Ponies care about is whether a game is first-party. Yeah, I think those guys focus on the wrong things, too. I think they focus on the wrong things just as much as the guys who are on the anti-crowd. There's like the pro-Sony guys, and then there's like the anti-Sony guys. And I think they 100% focus on the wrong thing. I don't think it frickin' matters. The reason that I keep saying I want to see more from first-party PlayStation studios is not because I think that somehow matters more than like for instance, their relationship with Kojima and Death Stranding 2. I don't give a frick that they don't own Kojima Productions. My question's going to be, can I get Death Stranding 2 on my PlayStation? Is it going to be at quality? Is there going to be pro enhancements? The way Lono said magnetism sounded like a preacher. Yeah, I channel that sometimes. It's just in my nature. Guys, in 10 minutes, we're going to go to the writer's room. You guys have been extending for, I don't even know. We have a streak right now of extending streams because you guys hit milestones. We would need 42 more members, and we'll extend. If not, that's totally fine. We'll just go to writer's room. We'll call it a day. I put the stream in your hands. And not only that, a lot of the times that you guys have extended, we turn it into an AMA, and you can submit questions like this. Sometimes non-gaming questions and non-gaming discussions have happened in the waning hours of the stream. So I leave it to you if you would like to do that. Dave Langer submits a question. IGN bought all those companies, so if they go under, what happens to those other companies? I don't know. I mean, in my mind, some of those companies could probably stand on their own if they wanted, but I think they were open to the buyout because they wanted to be protected from what they kind of knew was coming, and so maybe they thought IGN could protect them. If IGN goes under, I think they all go under. I mean, some of them could probably spin off and go independent, right? Like, I think IGN owns Eurogamer now, which has no effect on Digital Foundry. So if Eurogamer needed to go independent, maybe they could, or maybe Eurogamer could rebrand and it would just be, the published printed version, typed version of Digital Foundry, because that's where Digital Foundry publishes all their stuff for the most part. Like, they've got their videos on YouTube, and then they'll take that video, like, basically script and publish it on Eurogamer. Who's going to pay them to spin off? They're just going to die? Well, but they could just say, maybe the guys from DF, pool their money and they buy Eurogamer or the rights to Eurogamer, the domain, whatever, the access, and they buy it from IGN. And they say, well, we'll handle it from here. We'll maintain the infrastructure and the domain, and we'll continue to publish on Eurogamer. I don't know. I mean, something like that could happen. So, a bit off topic, but what's your favorite video game? My favorite game of all time is Hellblade 1. Shortly behind that, like barely behind that, is like Ghost of Tsushima, Returnal, both the Ori games, The Last of Us Part 1 and 2. Yeah. So, IP, yes, they could sell the IP pretty easily. I feel like that's what IGN would probably do, is just cut their losses and just say, is anybody interested in buying Eurogamer? Is anybody interested in buying, whatever the site or outlet is? This is the last question in the queue, so there's still opportunity here to submit questions. We got 7 minutes before we go to writer's room, unless you guys extend. Make sure and hit the like button. If we don't end up extending, let's at least try to get the 400 likes on the video. Peter Vachon says, do you think the rumored Xbox handheld will unveil a version of Windows made for handhelds? If it doesn't and ships with full Windows, I think it's DOA. Yeah, I saw that, Sven. You know what he could probably do, Sven, for one of his first stories is he could independently try to find and report on the truth about, maybe stuff from 2020. That'd be a good place to start. Anyway, yeah, if the rumored handheld, I think if Xbox wants to have like an actual Xbox handheld, or if they want to have like a branded Xbox thing, or if what some people have thought might happen is they'll have like Samsung or other, creators making Xbox handhelds, I think you need an Xbox OS on the handheld. I don't think it can be Windows. I don't. I think it needs to be its own OS. Not sure why they keep trying to shoehorn Horizon into things. Nobody cares about that. It is literally one of their biggest and most successful franchises. Folks just run false head canon and say, stop. trying to make Horizon a thing. It is a thing, and it is huge. Yeah, the false headcanon against Horizon to me is hilarious. It's like one of their most successful franchises. So, the Horizon thing to me is funny. You want to know why I think there's a false headcanon about Horizon and why people think it's not very popular? They need it to not be popular because they ran the same stupid false hate train on Aloy's face when Horizon Forbidden West first debuted, and it didn't work. It was still really, really popular. Smooches in the house. Good to see you, Smooches. You guys have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes. You need 42 members to extend. I don't think it's going to happen unless you guys do a buzzer beater. You just joined. What are we talking about? We're talking about your 6-month-old account. So you're probably in here on an alt. They only started saying that once Forbidden West came out. It's at like 35 million in 2 games. Yeah, like 35 million copies in 2 games. And they're like, stop trying to make Horizon a thing. Like, you dolt? It is a thing. What are you talking about? I don't think they want it to be a thing. I don't think they want it to be a thing because if it is a thing, then it breaks that idea that they can hurt a game with their crappy grifting content or their crappy grifting hate on Twitter. Like all those photoshopped images of Aloy's face, all of the claims that like they're putting ugly women in video games. Well, you can't claim that hurt the game because it sold 35 million copies as a franchise. It's the same as The Last of Us Part 2. It's why they all run with this false headcanon that like The Last of Us is a failure or Part 2 was a failure. They need that to be true after they ran the hate train on it. Horizon Forbidden West till this day is one of the most amazing open world games, top quality graphics. Digital Foundry said that Horizon Forbidden West on the PS5 Pro is like playing a high-end PC game. Like, I just think Horizon's really triggering for liars. I really do. I think it's triggering for liars. I think the people that lied about the Pro get triggered by it because of just how incredible it looks, and they know for a fact they can't build a PC for $700 that can run Horizon at the way that the Pro does. I think Horizon triggers the they're putting ugly women in our games. I think it triggers those guys because it did incredibly well, and they don't like feeling powerless. They like seeing games like Concord and Kill the Justice League fail because they think they did that. The greatest delusion of the last 12 months is that those people think they did that. They think that they killed, like, Suicide Squad. They think that they killed Concord. Those games died deserved deaths because of the lack of quality and that nobody wanted them. The grifters and the people on Twitter didn't do anything to bring those games down. They didn't. And they don't like that. They like thinking that they took those games down. They like that we're winning. Winning what exactly? Those games weren't good. They didn't do well. Of course they failed. What do you mean? Like Unknown 9 Awakening failed, and it wasn't because it had a bunch of woke stuff in it. It was because it wasn't a good game. But they'll count that as a victory because Sweet Baby Inc. was attached to it. And they hear me say stuff like this, and they'll run to my comments and call me a woke shill, and they think that I like Sweet Baby Inc. I don't. I don't like any of the commentary that one woman said. I think they've said some of the most stupid things I think I've ever seen said. I think their consultancy is largely unneeded. But I also think people assume that if they're attached to a game, they ruined it. And it's like, no. Both things can be true. I can disagree with SBI, and I can think that their influence is not needed. But I can also say that they didn't step in the room and ruin a bunch of games. Like, the reason these games failed wasn't because they walked in the room and they were like, put a bird on it, put minorities in your game. That's not what killed these games. These games died because they were either unwanted or bad quality, or they weren't built in a way to last, like what happened with Kill the Justice League. And a $5 super chat from Smooches. With the new GPUs, is now the best time to build a PC? I mean, I would wait and see if you can get some price drops on older cards maybe, or wait and then see how the new cards do and buy one of those. I don't know. You'd have to ask the tech guys what the best thing to do with building a PC when stuff like this, lands. What's your stand on wokeness in recent games? I think there has been a sprinkling of wokeness in games, and these guys are trying to act like it's the whole cake. I think it's like sprinkles. I think we've seen some stupid things put in games. Like, I said that the top surgery scars in Veilguard was stupid. I think Tash's character is one of the dumbest characters, one of the worst written characters I've ever seen in a game. And that's not why Veilguard's a bad game. I think people overstate it. I think it's been sprinkled into some games, like, pride flags in the Hall of Justice in Kill the Justice League, and some weird wording on a Wonder Woman card. That's not why Kill the Justice League was bad. It's not. They act like sprinkles are the cake. They act like the sprinkles on top are the crux. They act like they're saving the industry. You're saving the industry from what exactly? Like 98% of the games that came out last year didn't have a whiff of any of this in it. And they were successful and did well and sold well in their respective lanes. Whether it's Astrobot, Stellar Blade, Rise of the Ronin, Space Marine, Final Fantasy, Grand Blue Fantasy Ring. There were tons of games that came out last year. You couldn't find a single whiff, a whiff of what you would label as woke. But they'll act like they're saving the industry because a handful of really crappy games died. And they're like, well, look at the characters. Look at what these people think and say politically. So that's why the game died. And it's like, no. No. Eugene says there's no way a 5070 is performing like a 4090. Please don't buy into that nonsense. Yeah, I don't know enough to comment on that. Claire Obscura Expedition 33 says, we found ourselves included in a plethora of excellent roundups of 2025's most anticipated games. What an honor and quite a start to the new year. I love that turn-based RPGs are coming back in vogue. Gamer, Polygon, Digital Trends, RPG site. What a headline. I don't think turn-based games, I don't like them, but I can't wait. 14 of the biggest games. Yeah, they're on a lot of lists. There'll be more news. Yeah, I put them on my list. Oh, I'd love to talk to them. Hang on. Which one should I reply to? Yeah, here we go. As someone who doesn't like turn-based games, your game landed in my top anticipated games of 2025 list video as well. Looking forward to the spring. Reach out if you are doing review codes. As someone who doesn't like turn-based games, your game landed in my top anticipated games of 2025 list video as well. Looking forward to the spring. Reach out if you're doing review codes. Yeah, I would love to get a code of that game, because that would be such a good review to be like, I don't like turn-based games, where'd this one land? Let's get into it. Like, that'd be a cool perspective to have in a game like that. All right, I'm gonna take a couple more questions. We're just kind of naturally extending. I don't like to bring down the portcullis that extreme if we don't extend. I don't, but I will go for, we've been streaming for 2:42. I'll go for like 10 more minutes. I'll give you guys another 10 if you want to try. If not, I will keep the stream under 3 though. I will. Although we still have a lot of people here. I'll make a judgment call in the next 10 minutes. Jom says, do you get a new bow at any point in Ghost? I'm scared to keep upgrading if I can get a better one later. No, you keep upgrading that one. You end up with 2 bows. You end up with the normal bow and a long bow. So feel free to just upgrade that one as much as you want. Yeah. You're not going to regret that later. Yeah. You're not going to regret that later. The bow is a huge aspect of the game. So, yeah. Okay. Development cost for Call of Duty exceeded. Here, I'm going to include this GameIndustry.biz. I'm going to throw this in my room potentially for tomorrow as well. We didn't cover that today. All right, let me pull up another question. Oh, John, you submitted the same question twice. All right, we're out of questions. Okay, let me clear the question queue. So if anybody submits now, it'll be at the top of the queue. Be mindful of your supplies, though, because you use those to upgrade everything. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But if you're liking the bow and you want to upgrade it and you feel like it's really helping you, I don't think you're going to regret it. The bow is super helpful in that game. One of the best things you can do is make the habit every time you go into a fight like that and the range guys start doing their thing, run away from fights, create distance, and take out the range guys first. Take them out. That would be my recommendation. Will you get a 50 series card? I would really like for this to be the year we get into a position that I can start investing in stuff like that. Like, I really want to invest in like a beefy rig. I would like to invest in a generator for the house, because sometimes we get in stormy season, winter season, cold seasons, things like that. And, the larger you get, the more damaging it is when you have a day where you can't work or stream. So, a generator like that's a huge investment. I would really hope we can get to that place. Back in my Twitch days, I wouldn't have hesitated. I would already have the generator. I'd be first in line for a rig like that, especially because I haven't upgraded my rig in so long. But we're just not there. I'm just not where I once was. We're on a pathway to get there. It's just a matter of wisdom and making the right choices as a dad in a single income family, and this is a business. I've got to be careful with stuff like that. A lot of people go in full bore. A lot of people go in full bore into content creation, and they buy all the best stuff and they spend tons of money, and they end up regretting it later. And even established creators can do that. Be exciting to see you get a high-end PC game. I would love it, because when certain games come out, I would love to throw them at my, have a beefy rig and be like, yo, let's check this game out on my rig, right? I would still primarily play in my living room on my Pro, just because that's what I prefer. But yeah, I would love for that to happen. We've got a pretty big goal on the channel. And this is just the reality. Right now, we're trying to get 600 people to be at Member Plus. Basically, we need 600 people paying for their own memberships, because right now we have, at Member Plus and above, it's just constantly hovering in the 550s. So we're trying to get to the next milestone of 600. What I really want to see, what I would love to see by the end of this year, is 1,000 people paying for their own memberships, and it is an uphill battle. It really is. It's an uphill battle. Because it's just not the culture on YouTube. It just isn't. But it's a big goal. It's a big aspiration that we have. And I said I would celebrate and build a rig in front of you guys if we hit that. I'm not asking people to pay for the PC for me like people do with a goal. I'm just saying we will likely get to a point where we are going to build a rig. But I'll build it on stream in front of you if we hit that goal. That would be like a celebration. That would be like hey, we hit this huge milestone. Let's celebrate. You guys can watch me try to build a PC. So, we'll see if we ever get there. The generosity with the gifteds is incredible, but it's not, I think it's foolhardy to expect that or to think that that'll always be there. I think it would be silly to to have an expectation about that continuing. Because a lot of times the guys that go crazy, eventually they stop, you know, and they go back to just watching, listening, and being a member instead of being like a crazy bomb dropper. So I can't sit here and act like that's just a thing I can expect to continue. I think that's foolish. So we're always thinking of ways to say, I'm going to make it worth it for you to become a member. I'm going to make it worth it for you to jump onto that side of the channel. We're always evaluating that value proposition and that value offer, because YouTube viewers don't respond to it. They don't like it. You know, there's a whole culture of people that hate the level of transparency I have. You should just do it because you love it. You know, you sound like an idiot. I mean, that's stupid. The only people that say that are the people that can't make it, and that's why they just justify that by saying, "Well, I don't care. I'm just doing this because I like it." Well, yeah, the results make that very clear. So you have to when you get to a certain level, you've got to treat it professionally, and you have to treat it like a business, and you have to just be, you know, forthright with people. Like, there are plenty of podcasts out here. And that's quite literally what they say is like, we do this the only reason we can do this is because of direct support. So, that's the situation that we're in with that. And I've just always been kind of upfront with you guys about it, that this is not, this ship does not run on, ad revenue. It doesn't. Smooches says, I'll throw one in. That counts as 2. Anytime somebody signs up brand new to Member Plus or VIP, I count it as 2. Smooches says, well, I'll throw one in the ring. Thank you, Smooches. You've been super chatting an awful lot. Welcome. What's the saying? Find what you love to do and then monetize it. Yeah, I just think YouTube has always been very antagonistic to people saying, I'm going to do a Patreon, or I'm going to do this, or I'm going to do that. And it's like, they don't like it because the culture is... The culture on YouTube is very much like, hey, I subscribe to your channel and I watch your content. That's enough. And it's like, that's perfectly acceptable to have as an attitude. If that's the way you want to engage with YouTube, that's perfectly fine. If that's what every single person on YouTube did, you would see lots of channels disappear. And then you would see, and I'm going to be real with you, if you want to complain about clickbait and you want to complain about rage bait, and channels that ride metas, the reason they ride metas is because they live off of ad revenue. They're not growing a community. They're beholden to the click rate. They're beholden to ad revenue. It's the only way they pay their bills. Well, if you don't like seeing that, a great way to have alternative presences on YouTube is to support directly the channels that you feel like don't chase the click rate and don't do the rage bait and the clickbait and the, you know, chasing whatever the current meta is, right? Like, I mean that. Like, a lot of people complain about that. They're like, well, that's all I see on YouTube. And it's like, there's a reason for that. Those individuals are doing the same thing that I'm doing. They're trying to make it work, and that's how they make it work. They have to chase whatever the trend is. They have to grift. They have to do whatever word you want to apply to it because they're beholden to the ad revenue. Those channels typically struggle to grow a community and a member base because it's difficult to do that when it's when the thrust of the channel is very drama driven, transient driven, you know, very grifty click rate driven. That's a hard environment to grow a flourishing member base or community in. So a good way to have a counterculture presence on YouTube to that, something that isn't driven by that, is to have people that don't feel like they have to do that. Like, the more supported this channel gets, the easier it is for me to say no to sponsored segments that I don't want to do. This is what I did on Twitch. I would say no to sponsored segments I didn't want to do. I would say no to brands I didn't want to work with. Why? My community had my back. I didn't need it. Like, I don't need your money. I could tell Raid Shadow Legends, no thank you. I don't need your money. I don't want to promote your product. I turned down, I don't even know how many contracts I turned down from them at the time. I don't even know how many. Raid Shadow Legends came at me like every month, right? And so you're empowered to do that. You're also empowered to not feel like you have to play nice and do access journalism where like, well, I don't want to say anything negative about this brand or this company because I'll lose my access. I don't care about that. Right? If I'm doing well and flourishing and have a support base that has my back, I don't give a crap about that. It's like, oh, you're gonna blacklist me because I said something bad about your game? That's fine. Why are they accusing you of being a shill? I heard some other channels saying that about you. Because if I say something they don't like, instead of engaging with it, they name call because that's the capacity that they're able to engage. I've been accused of being a shill. I was accused of being a shill for Starfield because I defended it before it came out. I felt like there was a lot of unfair comparisons to No Man's Sky being made. I was accused of being a shill when I criticized it because everybody thinks I'm a pony, and that's why. I've been accused of being a woke shill because I don't buy into all of the anti-woke mantras. I think people have overstated the presence of progressive or more liberal or more woke ideas in games. I think they have largely overstated its presence. So I get called a shill in that regard. I get called a shill because I'm okay with companies making lots of money because I think it's a symbiotic relationship. I want my favorite developers to make buckets of cash because then they're going to make more games and continue to invest in the things that I like. There's a variety of reasons that I've been called a shill. None of it's rooted in facts or fair analysis. It's rooted in, basically, it's just rooted in insecurity. They don't like when I say something they don't agree with, so they call me a shill. I'm in support of lots of certain aspects of the gaming world. Like I've talked about how, the price jump to $70 was justified. Well, they think I'm being a shill, like a corporate shill when I do that. There are a lot of people that have taken on the assumed headcanon of it's us versus them. So how dare these companies make money? How dare these companies be successful? They're basically anti-profit because they're ignorant and probably would fail out of community college, right? If they audited a business class or an economics class, like they'd have an aneurysm. It would be too much for them. So they're very much like anti-profit. They think profit is the devil. They think corporate greed ruins everything. So they want these companies to, I guess, break even, and that'll lead to reinvestment into future games. So a lot of people have taken on this headcanon of being anti-profit, anti-corporation. It's very us versus them. And so if you don't bang on that drum with them and you maybe take up for a company or defend a company, instead of them actually analyzing what you're saying, engaging with it logically, they'll say, oh, you're just being a corporate shill. Like I was heavily critical of things Xbox did and PlayStation did and Nintendo did, the last 13 months, but sometimes I'll also defend them. So what they do is they cherry pick. We live in a soundbite culture, so what they'll do is they'll cherry pick. They'll be like, well, here's this instance where he defended Nintendo or PlayStation or Xbox, right? I've got guys in my mentions sometimes that think I'm some kind of an Xbox shill because they'll stumble across like an old Starfield short where I was defending the game, and they're like, yeah, look at this stupid Xbox shill. How'd the game turn out? And it's like, you haven't watched my content. I played it and was very critical of it, right? It was one of my most anticipated games, and it let me down. They do this with Black Myth Wukong. They think I hate on Black Myth Wukong because I'm either a wokey. That's an interesting one because they thought Black Myth Wukong was like a champion for the anti-woke movement, which is weird. I was heavily critical of the IGN hit piece on the Black Myth Wukong developers. I've been heavily critical of that quote-unquote journalist over there at IGN who wrote a puff piece for Bungie and helped them sweep their misconduct under the rug while writing a garbage hit piece against game science. But see, they won't tell you that, and they won't clip that because that doesn't work for like lowbrow, thoughtless, rage bait, false narrative content where you just lie about the person because it's an easy way to make money. So that's a pretty long answer as to why they call me a shill. It's, in an answer, it's their own insecurity. That's why. That's why people name call, and that's why people label, because they can't. That's easier than actually engaging with what I say. We got 2 more quick questions here from Narwaffle. What do you think is needed from Xbox to turn the ship around, or do you think it is too late, or that they do not intend to change course? I mean, there is no turning the ship around. This is where the ship is headed. This is where the ship is headed. There is no turning the ship around. There is no changing course. This is the course. Right? This is the plan. They put the ship out to sea and are charting into new waters. And a lot of the Xbox loyal are standing on the shore thinking, well, they'll come back. They'll come back. No, this is it. This is the plan. They are functioning under the directive of Satya Nadella and Microsoft now more than anything. So, Noberto submitted a question. Now that we're entering into the new year, when do you think old gen should be dropped officially? Are we worried that old gen has been slowing down the development with some studios? PlayStation officially dropped it when they released Spider-Man 2. They said they would no longer be bringing out first-party content on the PS4. And a $5 super chat from Mile High. I only tune in because you are a conservative, woke, Xbot pony. Well, thank you, Mile High. I appreciate that. And we're 1 away from more confetti. We'll keep it going. There's still a lot of you here. We'll go for a little bit more here. You guys can keep submitting questions. We're 3 hours in. I'll probably actually take this next. I'll finish this question to Noberto, and then I'll take a brief break. We are 40 members away from the next milestone of 200, where I'll drop more members, and that's usually what we do. Is when we extend, we shift into like an AMA. We can do it anyway. I'll extend on credit for you guys, because we're what is this here? 10 million page views of the product. Invite you to evaluate. We are a renowned TV box brand. Our product has gained millions. Check out these screenshots of videos. I've never even heard of this. Okay, what's your email address? You sent this to tons of people. Okay, I'll actually check that later. Mark is unread. That could be an actual real company. Instead of the email address being some random email address, it's actually from the company. Release GTA 6 trailer, Leno. We know you have it. Thank you, Enjoy, for 19 months. Wait, Enjoy, you just upgraded to Plus yesterday. How is it letting you celebrate again? That's weird. I'll add it. I'll add it to the total. I don't know what's going on. I gave you credit yesterday. I'll give you credit today. It's probably because you rolled over after upgrading. As far as dropping old gen, Noberto, I think PS4 is done. Xbox One is done. You're still going to see games like Tales of Iron, though. Indie titles, AA titles, smaller studios. You're still going to see their games landing on the old gen titles because they can. Does that make sense? Like, weaker, less demanding games that are like, like a pixel platformer or something like that. Of course, they're going to sell their game on PS4 and Switch, like Tales of Iron's landing on Switch. You know what I mean? You had to remember milestone to celebrate. I waited until I upgraded to do it. Okay, cool. So, yeah, I think that you're still going to see games hitting PS4 and Xbox One. You're still going to see it, but it's going to be because they can. They're smaller, less demanding games, and it's like, well, why wouldn't you? If you can get a version of your pixel art platformer game to run on the Switch and the PS4, you'd kind of be stupid not to ship it there. That's just a larger market. Those games typically, I think, probably have an easier time porting because they're not dealing with like lighting systems and rendering systems that can be a little bit more complex, and potentially a little bit more challenging in the porting. So, yeah. The Series S F's everything up with the developers. It takes the development time. Yeah, I don't think at this point, I don't think you can overstate the impact that has had on the market. People meme on it and they joke and they say, yeah, everything's the Series S's fault. And it's like, yeah, I actually would lay a lot at the Series S's feet. I would. Yeah, I would. I think it's affected first-party cadence. I think it's affected first-party cadence. I think it's affected. It's probably affected third-party games as well that have said, well, let's bump back a little bit. You know, we don't want to have that as an issue. You don't want to land on. You don't want to have a staggered release. You know, Hogwarts did it, but Hogwarts staggered the release on old gen and Switch, which was very different. It's staggering your release in the way that like Baldur's Gate and Black Myth and Anatri had to do. It's just not ideal at all. As I said before, if Xbox dropped bangers, the Series S wouldn't have mattered. Putting out good enough games is what killed them. Yeah, it's a combination, I think. Mash says, I just finished Indiana Jones. I will say it's up there for me. 2024 top 3 would be Metaphor, FF7 Rebirth, and Indiana Jones. Mash, people that kind of vibed with that game and rolled credits have had nothing but high praise for it. I just didn't vibe with it. I saw excellence in the art design, the direction, the architecture, and the different scenarios and environments I was in. I just couldn't vibe with the game. I was like, this game is just, this isn't for me. You know? I think realizing that that's just a thing that happens and that's okay. It plays like Dishonored, which took me by surprise. Yeah, and that's perfectly a perfectly sensible reason as to why I didn't like it all that much. You know? Well, that's a perfectly sensible reason as to why I didn't like it that much. So that's just the way that it goes. It's the way of the road, you know? So all right, there's still enough of you here. I am going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. We don't always have to extend just because the members. The members thing is fun, but I'm not going to be that rigid. I don't want to seem like I'm being stingy. Like, I'm only going to stream if you guys gift. We can do that as a fun thing sometimes. You guys can obviously still try to hit that. We're 39 away. Do this for me, though. If you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. We are actually 40 likes away from 400. I'm going to quickly hit some ads. I'll be right back. If you guys want to submit questions now, I've been doing this kind of thing where like the last 20 or 30 minutes of the stream, we do more of an AMA. You can ask me questions that aren't gaming related if you want. It's a great way to like, you know, ask maybe more personal questions or, you know, whatever. So I appreciate you guys and continue to hang out. And we're also one super chat away from confetti. All right. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. man. It is chilly, dude. Our house is chilly. My room, the office in here always gets warm with like the lights and the monitors and stuff. And then I go up, walk through my house. I'm like, oh gosh, you get cold. Former Bayonetta Origins director joins Housemarque. Yeah, we saw that one yesterday. All right, I'm going to clear the question queue. All right, it's clear. The only two quality games we got out of Xbox were Indiana Jones and Hi-Fi and Forza Horizon. Yeah, a Hi-Fi Rush, Indiana Jones, and Forza Horizon were all very good. We're all very quality games. Highly rated, highly enjoyed by the community. The community score of those games actually matches the review scores of those games. So yeah. Yep. Only shills get cold inside their own homes. That's right. That's right. Your heat doesn't come on in the daytime because no one's ever here, so my house is an icebox. I think that's probably bad. Doesn't it have to work twice as hard when it does then kick on later? I think that's actually not... You're probably gonna pay more for that. Shut up, Kevin. Smooches tried to submit a question. You got to use the question command, not just exclamation point. What is your favorite game and on which platform? The first Hellblade. Like when it comes to like Xbox and games I played on Xbox, you know, the first Hellblade I played on Xbox, I believe. I think I played most of it on Steam though because of the performance. I got better performance because at the time I wanted 60 FPS and I had a 1X. But Ori and the Blind Forest, Ori and the Will of the Wisps would be two of the pieces of Xbox property that I've liked the most. PlayStation, you know, it would be Ghost of Tsushima and Returnal. Would be like two of my top PlayStation games. First time I've been a member of my channel. You're my first. Oh, I appreciate that, man. We've actually, funny enough, I've had a lot of people say that. They're like, you're the first channel I've ever become a member to. And that's like super encouraging. That's like, okay, so we are changing and fostering a culture a little bit of that. Like the idea of I'm here on the regular. I'm gonna pay $6 a month for this. Do you know what I mean? You know, comb through your subscriptions. If you're not using one, you know, like Hulu or Netflix or something, cancel it because that's way more. That's way more than the $6. Like those, man, some of these subscription services are getting so dadgum expensive. I went through and canceled a bunch of my stuff. I lowered my Audible thing because I got gifted the Audible thing, and I lowered its frequency because I wasn't using it as much. We canceled. We canceled Hulu. We canceled Paramount. We canceled Netflix. We almost canceled Disney, but I was like, no, we can't. Then we'll pick them back up when we need them. You know, we'll pick them back up when we need them. You stream daily to interact with us. I appreciate that, and I'll continue to support. Well, that's very kind. I'm tired of videos saying that they're playing the real game of the year. I can't be mad about Astrobot, Helldivers, or Palworld, says MASH. For me, those games took a concept that was popular, made a great set of changes, and adapted it to make something unique and fun. And here's the thing, MASH. I think what you just said is so true of so many games. You know what I mean? This is the first membership I've ever paid for. I have no idea the world existed on YouTube. Well, I appreciate it, P. Dudley. It's cool for you to say that with a red badge. You're a very dedicated YouTuber. Well, I appreciate that. We've had a lot of people show up here who see me in a clip or a video, and they're like, well, let me check this guy out. And they're like, okay, yeah, he's not who they said he was. Like, I've had a lot of people do that. You know? I'm thankful for people allowing me to use their accounts. I've never paid for a streaming service. Yeah, unless you count YouTube Premium. Yeah. Deuterino says, are they playing PoE too? Stonespire says, you're supposed to keep the heat on whether someone's in the home or not. That way when someone does get home, it doesn't take as long to heat up the house. I think it uses more energy to heat or cool a house. Like when we go on vacation, I might bump it by a degree or two, but I don't like shut it off. You know what I mean? People take Game of the Year too seriously. The VGA's opinion means absolutely nothing to the games that I love. Yeah, I mean, I've consistently, I have enjoyed a different game than the Game of the Year winner. You know what I mean? MASH came here from Salt content, and now MASH has purchased the right to name Lono's next child. I mean, if you really think about it, Zubair, what's interesting is this is a facts. This is a facts. I mean, without people that step in like that, I would have had a very different year last year. We wouldn't have hit 50K. We wouldn't have. Just when you have that level of membership going on, it creates momentum. It creates good browse and good click rates. Like I'm showing up on more homepages. Why? Because they have a membership to my channel. So yeah, it is interesting that like the people who have done nothing but hurl hate and salt and harassment and lies about me, they end up throwing people like MASH over here, and then it's like, well, yeah, he's one of many reasons that we had a strong year last year and hit 50K. You know, I think Game of the Year is a title and a way to say it's a great game that you should probably try, but you personally may like a different game more. Right. I remember being perfectly happy. Confetti, it's got to be a $5 or it won't trigger the goal. I have to set a minimum on the goal. Yeah. I wish it said that when you... Does it say it when you click on it? Yeah, it says 5 teal super chats. Does it tell you when you go to super chat? That's so confusing. That's not teal. Like, you did a light blue, and then when I drag it to 5... Yeah, and then there's gold, and then there's orange, and there's blue, and then there's red. Yeah. It's not super obvious. No problem. That's very kind. I wish they made it a little more obvious than color coding. Thank you for making it rain some confetti. That actually adds to the total. You guys can gift members basically through the super chats. So I allow you to, every 5 super chats I gift. Enough people are generous for smooches, not me. Hey, this is for smooches. Look at this freaking community, dude. They're like, hey, this is for smooches. I tried to reset the goal so those would have counted, but I wasn't fast enough. Sorry, boys. I owe 5 members anyway. So that's fine. That helps cover it, honestly, because you know every $25 of super chats, I'm turning back around and gifting $25 of super chats. So if we end up with some extras in there, that's helpful, because you know that's another way of support. Allow us. Don't talk like you run this channel and make the rules. I still can't believe with all of MASH's bombs on him hit me. Yo, and MASH, he's like, I'll continue the trend, and he gets us to 176. Tag teaming with me, the owner of the channel. I just hit a 5-bomb, he hit a 10-bomb. Thank you, MASH. You guys have consistently made extending the stream worth it. I was very hesitant to do it. We were very, very stuck on let's keep the stream at under 3 hours, because it does hurt. It hurts the viewership a little bit, when I'm not live. But so has gone multi-topic, and you guys have really, really made up the difference. Like, just the chat stays engaged, the viewership stays engaged, the like count keeps going up. Like, I was really nervous about extending streams when we thought that would be a good idea, but you guys have really, really shown that there's support for it. We need to get more drug cartel bosses here. I know. Mash has got to spread the word. You know, he's got to spread the word. Get more of his compadres in here. Do you think you'll ever try Batman Arkham Shadows? That's the VR game, right? The Batman Arkham Shadows. That's the VR game, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I have the MetaQuest 3. I just really fell right back off the VR train. Mainly because I fell off the train, mainly because it just takes time to, like, I gotta set space for it. There used to be a space on the other side of my entertainment room, like where the kids' library was, and I had like a nice square space where I could just do the MetaQuest. And I was even tempted to put a PlayStation over there, but then the Pro came out. Just so I had space for it. I just don't have space for it. And so that's the biggest reason I stopped doing VR, is it's like, I'd have to take the time to like move stuff, slide this out of the way, move that over there. And it's just like, I was loving Asgard's Wrath 2. And then I just got tired of having to like move stuff around. There was like 15 minutes of prep just to play. And when I have 45 minutes to an hour to like take a chunk out of a game, the last thing I want to do is waste time setting everything up. I hit a button and I'm back in, Playtale Requiem. You know what I mean? And a 5 bomb from Gambit Zero, another really, really generous gifter lately. Gambit Zero has been super helpful in extending streams and keeping things going. There were a couple times I was like, guys, you got a few minutes left to extend, and he would just be the first one in line. Thank you, Gambit. I extended today just because I wanted to, and you guys are basically, making up for it. I appreciate that. The way they translated Batman into VR is amazing. Yeah, I was enjoying the Assassin's Creed VR game when I was playing it. You know what I mean? So, skillish. Oh, wait. Moving stuff around to prep for VR. Yeah, if I had a designated area for it, I would probably do it more. I would probably do it more. It just isn't convenient to be like, okay, let me move everything around here. The most convenient spot would actually be my living room, but it would be really distracting. Like, the kids are supposed to be going to bed and like reading books, and like, dad's in the living room looking like a crazy person, So, my room is set up perfectly for it. Just have to move the coffee table, which is on wheels. Yeah, our space is pretty limited because one side of the basement is finished, and this is part of that side, and then the other side's unfinished. So, a lot of the areas that I could do it, they just aren't available. The unfinished side would have been great over here, but it's like bookshelves, storage, Christmas stuff, Halloween stuff. And then that direction is, washer and dryer and a fridge and, staircase, under the staircase. Why did P-Dub and Super Chats... okay, so Peachy Creamy, whenever I reset the Super Chat goal, there's like a 1 minute window where Super Chats don't count. So if you do them now, they will count. I wish I could click on your Super Chats. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I wish I could click on your Super Chat and like have it count towards the goal. There's no way for me to do it. You know what I mean? It's like there's like a minute buffer after the fact. I don't get why that happens. I try to reset it as fast as I can, because when everybody's gunning for the confetti, there'll be people that miss the confetti and then they don't apply to the next one. So, yeah. Go outside and play in your front lawn. Yeah, you can't do that either. It's supposed to be like direct sunlight and all that can mess things up. Smite 2 announces that the mobile will go to free to play and teases a new god coming. Okay. Pac-Man on a Bike says, what'd y'all give your mailman for Christmas? I'm not sure what Madam got for the mailman this year. She put together little care packages for the librarians, for the... I forget who else got one. I think the eye therapy, like my daughter's doing eye therapy now, and they put together one for them, mailman. She tries to put things like that together for people that like they see on like a regular basis, like the librarians. She always likes to, take care of them. They're super sweet to my kids. They always take care of us. We'll go to like book sales and stuff, and they'll just absolutely, take care of the kiddos and be super kind. Garbage Man. I don't think we've ever gotten anything for the Garbage Man, because I don't think we've ever met the Garbage Man, and I also don't know if it's ever the same person. So I see Itu Lono, your name is also now on the list. Then what did I do for the list for what? Yeah, so we try to do stuff like that for folks like that. A lot of times they go unthanked and like underappreciated. My kids will especially in the hot summer months, they'll run a drink out to the mailman. She figured out what he liked. Just set a 12-pack on top of the garbage and they're happy. I'd be a little nervous about that. Like, number one, you don't want them to think it's trash. Number two, like, what if it's some guy who's trying to stay sober? You know what I'm saying? He's like, oh man, it's like, I was trying to avoid temptation. These people are giving me beer. Yeah. So, if you see them on the regular, it's very much appreciated. Yeah, like the restaurants I go to, I try to learn the wait staff's names. The one place we go to, I learned the owner's name. I always greet him. The one guy that's always there, making sure he's kind of like his go-to guy, I learned his name. I'll learn the wait staff's name. I always overtip because it's like I want them to keep the quality people and I want the business to stay there. So we go back to the same place whenever we have a date night, and I know a lot of people, I try to get to know everybody's names. I don't know. I feel like that makes it more enjoyable. It's like it becomes your spot. It becomes your place. They become kind of like your people, and that's your mailman, or that those are your librarians. So yeah. What is this meme? Sweet Liberty. Sony announces Helldivers Film 2 is in production. The last Sony movies. Venom, Craven, and Madam Web. Yeah, it didn't do very good. They didn't do very good. What do you mean, your people? Overtipping also gives you better service the next time because they know your name. Yeah, I've always wondered. We sadly, there's either so many people at the place that we like to go to, or maybe I feel like wait staffs are hard to keep, honestly. It's not an easy business to hang in there and stay with. But yeah, I've always kind of wondered if they're back there like, oh man, I didn't get what are you doing, mama? You're acting crazy. You look like a crazy person. But yeah, I always wonder if they're like, oh, I didn't get that couple this time. They're always so good to tip so well. So when we went to before they closed it down, we go to the Mellow Mushroom. We had somebody that we would ask for, that we had grown to like. Now it's like the waitstaff, I feel like it's different every time we go. And we typically only get a date night like once a month anyway. So that could be why. The odds of being there and in their section, There's a steakhouse here that I've gone to for 10 years. I get the same waitress every time. Oh, yeah. I mean, places like that, I wouldn't be surprised if the waitstaff is a little bit more consistent. Yeah. Waitstaff's probably a little bit more consistent in a steakhouse. Lono, the kids run out a drink to the mailman, but not the garbage dudes who are hauling God knows what in their hands. Well, I mean, I suppose I could wake them up at 5 a.m. and make them run out like a coffee to the garbage man if you feel like that they're entitled to something like that. But the whole house is asleep when the garbage guys go. If you're normal at any restaurant, they definitely remember if you're a good tipper. I feel like we get our food, we get everything lightning fast. We get appetizer lightning fast, drinks are lightning fast, food's lightning fast. It could just be that it's a great restaurant, because I think that it is. I think they run a really, he runs a tight ship, the guy there. That's why we like going there. But I also sometimes wonder if they're like, hey, he goes back and he says, take care of them. He usually... because I'll greet him if I see him first, or if he sees me, he usually waves, comes over, shakes our hand, asks how we're doing. So, it wouldn't surprise me if sometimes maybe we do get faster service because of that. Mellow Mushroom, are you in North Carolina? No, Jeffrey, we're in Louisville, Kentucky, and sadly, the Mellow Mushroom that was here, they closed down. It wasn't even sicky. It wasn't COVID. They closed down before that. It was a stupid ownership fight or dispute or something dumb. We've lost a lot of great restaurants. We lost the Havana Rumba to that. We lost a place called Lynn's Paradise Cafe to that, and we lost the Mellow Mushroom to just ownership disputes. Management being dumb. What was your profession before YouTube full time? I ran my own business doing graphic design for local businesses. So I worked for this guy for a year. It was a tech company, and I was like their sales guy, and it was great. I worked from home. I would go to networking meetings. I would try to get customers. Well, the problem with the tech company that I worked for is businesses either didn't need their services, or if they did need this tech company services, they couldn't afford it. I was interacting with medium to small businesses, and they could basically never afford the guy's rates that I worked for. He also wasn't great at the people person part of it. I teed him up with a couple of just dynamite sales that would have been incredible, and I would have gotten an amazing ongoing commission off of them. And he went to the first meeting and just completely ruined it. He was a bull in a china shop. He was a developer. He was an engineer. So his people skills, if he had a skill tree of people skills, he had like a -5, right? And I had like a 10. I can talk to anybody. I can talk to CEOs. I can talk to your art team, your sales team, whatever, and I can win people over. And I teed him up with 2 just perfect matches, and he absolutely ruined the first meeting. And I was like, well, we're not getting that one, because he's just rude. He talks over people. He's a bull. He was just very bullish. And so after a year, I was like, I think I want to go into business for myself, because I ran into a lot more people that needed what I could do for them as a graphic designer, because they were like medium to small businesses. So they needed, logos made, or business cards made, or flyers made. And it's like, well, I can do that, charge an hourly rate, maybe make some good money. And so I did that for about a year, and I was making decent money, we only had like I think a single. I'm trying to think of what we had. No, we had 2 cars, but we owned both of them, and we had a baby on the way. So my monthly necessary, outgo wasn't that. I didn't need to make that much, and so it worked. But I hit a ceiling. I couldn't make enough, or I couldn't like grow it or whatever, because I was looking for people to like go on a retainer. So what I needed people to basically pay me, somewhere between $200 and $500 a month, just have me on retainer. And then Chris Davies, I don't know why you're spamming that. No one here gives a frick about that. Like, why are you spamming that, bro? Jiminy frickin' Christmas. No one cares. We already know. We already talked about it. My gosh. Some of you guys don't understand. You don't need to say something 18 times to get a response. It's rude. But I couldn't grow it because it was like, I didn't like being project dependent. I wanted to be more like retainer dependent. So I wanted to get like 10 people or 10 businesses to like throw me on retainer, and then the projects would also be there for filler, right? And I met with the CEO of the largest marketing company in Louisville. So I thought I was meeting with like the art department lead or something like that. So I reached out to this guy on LinkedIn, the CEO on LinkedIn. I reached out to him and gave him a quick pitch of what I could offer. And he was like, yeah, sure. He's like, come here at this time, blah, 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 blah. I'm thinking, okay, he'll probably have me meet with like a lower level employee, right? No need to be rude. We already know. I missed half and the chat was leaving again. It's not that I wasn't being rude because we already know. You were being rude. We're having a conversation. We're on a particular topic, and you said that he quit IGN 5 different times in the span of 30 seconds. There's no need to do that. That it's almost like you're trying to be annoying when you do something like that. There's just no reason for it, right? Like I'm never dismissive when someone brings news to us that we're already aware of. You just kept posting it. It was like, what are you doing? Like, we get enough spammers every day as it is. I don't need regular spamming. So I show up to this place, and it's amazing. It's amazing. It's downtown. It's in this old building. They have these big, it's like modern meets old architecture, right? They've got these giant pillars that go up like 3 stories. They've got like little cubicles and things set up. It was awesome. I was like, this place is dope. You don't need to tell him to go away. There's no reason to tell somebody to go away, Pascal. He's fine. I just don't spam. It's that easy. I am very good to circle back and respond to people when they come to chat. I'm very good about it. You don't need to post something 5 or 6 times like that. It's annoying. So I'm like, yo, this place is dope. So I get set down, and she's like, oh, he'll be with you in a minute. I'm like, okay. And the CEO walks out and is like, hey, we'll go up here. And I'm thinking, okay, he's going to put me in a conference room, and then I'm going to talk to like their art department or whatever. He sits me down, and then he sits down. And I'm like, okay. So he's like, all right, so what'd you want to talk about? And I'm like, okay. So like, I don't even hesitate. I'm talking to like the head guy of the biggest marketing company in the city, thinking, all right, I'm going to shoot my shot here. So I show him my work. I show him my stuff. He's looking through I've got an iPad where I can just like swipe through my portfolio right there, show him what I can do. And I'm like, this is what I'm looking for. I said, I'm looking for, you can offload smaller projects that aren't as big of a priority. It helps me, sort of fill my book with, reliable work. And then I'm in your book as somebody that that you can outsource to if needed. All right. And he straight up tells me, he's like, well, you're not good enough. And I'm like, okay. And he says, listen, he's like, you have good work here. He's like, but we work with clients like GE. He's like, I got guys in my art department that have gone to school for this. They're at a level, he's like, that, you know, he's like, you're self-taught. He's like, you're not going to be at their level. You can't work, you wouldn't be able to work on any of the projects that we get. He's like, but I tell you what you could do. And he offers me a job. He's like, I would love to have you here as my guy that goes between the art department and my clients. He's like, I would want you talking to GE, not my artist. He's like, my graphics guys are, he's like, they're weird. He's like, I'll just say it. They're weird. They don't have people skills. He's like, you just sat down with me like it was nothing. He's like, so I know I could put you on the phone with a big client or send you out to a big client. And he's like, and I know you'd probably kill it. He's like, and then you would know how to talk to the artists. So I was like, oh. So I'm thinking this could be one of those crazy rare opportunities of a lifetime where you get offered like this killer job that you weren't even expecting to get offered. So I'm like, well, I'll have to think about that. I was like, I'm doing pretty well for myself, right? So, and he's a good CEO, right? He's honest. He's super honest. He's like, he's honest enough to tell me like, you're not good enough to work here, but he's also good enough to like assess skill and like, you would be perfect here. Like that's why he's the CEO of this company, right? In an instant, he assessed what I would actually be better at than, you know, offloading some other work. And it was really important for me to hear that because it was like a pivotal moment in my career and in my life. That conversation was a pivotal moment. It was being told I wasn't good enough to do something that I thought I could do was actually incredibly helpful. Because what essentially he told me was, there's a ceiling on where you can take your business because you want to go here, and in order to get here, you're not in a position to do that. You'd have to go to school. Calls his employees weird. Yeah. I mean, listen, I've met a lot of graphic designers. They can be kind of weird. I did corporate design for a year and it almost killed me. So now I have a 9-to-5 and design as a side hustle. I like doing projects when I want to. Right. You're more in control of it, Jeffrey. So I was like, well, I have to consider this because I basically told him, I was like, my business strategy is to seek out companies like you, and you're basically telling me that I've got no shot, is what you're telling me, right? And I appreciated his honesty and his candor. So I go home, I think about it. I talk to other people in the city who know the company, and they know the kind of hours I'd have to put in if I got a job here. Because it's really nice working for yourself. It's really nice working for yourself, especially when you've got a baby and a wife and you like to be home and, you know, you like to be a part of all those special moments. You know, all of a sudden you're going to be in that traditional setup of like getting home late, traffic's bad, I got to go downtown, right? So I'm never going to be home on time. I'm going to have to leave super early. Whole shift, right? So I'm thinking, you know, I'd be willing to do this if the offer is very generous. I'm thinking this guy did this, so I'm hoping you're going to come back with a super generous offer, right? So he tells me to call back and talk to this person on this date, right? They'll be here, and I want you to come back. I want you to call and talk to them. I'm like, okay, cool. So I give it some thought. I think about it for a while or whatever, and I call in. And basically the dilemma that they had was... the dilemma that they had is they were going to want to put me into a position that I didn't have experience in. He was confident I could do it, but it was going to have to be an entrance level position that then I could obviously prove my worth and then advance up and get promoted. And I was basically going to go there, work for them, and make less money than I was making for by myself. The benefit would have been that I was going to get, benefits, health insurance, right? So I would have made less money, but I would have gotten benefits. So it was going to end up being about a wash. It was going to be a wash. I was going to go work for them and basically net the same amount that I was making for myself. And so I had to politely decline. I was like, no. I basically told her, I was like, you would either need to double the offer or no. I know the hours I would keep. I know I would basically suddenly be working for you 60 to 70 hours. It wasn't going to be a 40-hour week job. I know how this industry goes. I know what would happen. Late hours, long days, customer comes first, clients come first, right, in those environments. So I was like, I literally said, I was like, you guys would have to come back and double the offer. I was like, that's not enough. I'm making more than that now by myself as a low-level graphic designer. And so she was like, we just couldn't not possibly do that. We could not justify, paying you that much, given that you, on your resume, you've never done this before. And I was like, okay. So it was a polite decline. However, right? However, the conversation with him and the sort of illumination that I went through was that, man, Marvel Rivals really knows what they're doing. They out here selling cheeks. Look at them. Marvel Rivals, dude. They're not playing around. They get it. They understand the assignment. They know their audience. Anyway, okay, Short King, I see you. Why you call me Short King? I just straight up told him, I was like, you'd have to double that offer. Like, you want me, you're gonna pay for it. I'm not coming out there and making less than I'm making now on my own. So, but the conversation with the CEO is why I'm doing this now. It is. It's why I'm doing this. Because about a month after I had that conversation with them and I had the Embrace the Mistress of Hate in the hands of Malice, Mistress of Hate. That's her name's Malice. Malice, Mistress of Hate. Malice, more like Malice, Mistress of Cheeks. Anyway, in the month after I had that conversation with him and had that job offer, I started streaming. And the first day that I streamed Ori and the Blind Forest, and I was like talking a bunch and taking it serious and being hyper interactive. And this is unusual for a streamer when you first stream. I probably had 16 people hanging out and watching. And they were like, are you from another channel or something? There were people that thought I was like from Rooster Teeth or something, that like I had separated from a group to do my own thing. And I was like, no. They're like, you seem like you've done this before. I was like, I've never done this before. I was just sitting there playing Ori in the Blind Forest and talking. We have that stream saved, by the way. And so I remember ending that day, and I remember going upstairs, and I remember standing in the kitchen of our little duplex, and I told my wife, I was like, I think I can do this. She's like, what? I was like, I think I can do this. I can do this. I can be successful in this industry. And she was like, well, as long as you keep paying the bills, and the main business at the time was the graphic design business. She's like, as long as that's not happening, she's like, don't ignore your clients, don't start losing money. She was like, then take a crack at it. John with a $5 super chat. Holy moly, just found out my wife is pregnant with our second. Yo, 2025 is our year. Get it, John. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Congrats, John. So I told her, I was like, I think I can do this. That was 10 years ago. It was in like April. It was in like April, I think, of 2015. So it's 10 years ago that we had that conversation. And so it took me a year to get partnered. On Twitch. And there's a whole story there of like, I was actually going to have to kind of like stop streaming as often as I was. And I had people that supported the channel and said, we don't want you to. Thank you for the $2 Smooches. Smooches says, congrats, bro. Wait, isn't today Zubair's birthday? Zubair, are you here? We have not properly celebrated this man's birthday. You guys are supposed to go crazy with gifted members on people's birthdays. You guys know the rules. Zubair in here, incognito on his birthday. So yeah, Yeah, that's how it started. That's how I got into. So when somebody's always like, what did you do before you did this? It's always an interesting story because it's super, super interwoven with me starting streaming. Like the reason that I'm sitting here in the house that I'm sitting in the studio that I'm sitting in, the reason that I'm here is quite literally because a CEO told me that I wasn't good enough. You know? Like that right there was the touch point. That was the spark that set off a chain reaction of events and things. The reason that I was so inclined to try streaming and have a go at it was because I was like, you can always make more money in the streaming content creator environment, right? You can put in the same amount of work every week into your videos, but if your channel's bigger, you make more, right? Jerry A gifts a member, and it goes to Treble Champ. And Gambit Zero gifts a member as well, and that takes us to 87. He gifts 5, a 5 bomb comes in from Gambit Zero. Yeah, that's how we're supposed to celebrate birthdays around here. Yeah, Hilly's like, that's incorrect. It's only for my birthday. Yeah, Hilly holds the record for most gifted members on a birthday. I don't even remember what it was. He always has the screenshot saved. You guys gifted more members on his birthday than mine. We will always remember that. Bro hyped it up yesterday and then didn't say anything today. Yeah, I know. You loser, Zubair. Anyway. I sometimes I used to tell that story about, being like told that I'm like not good enough. Because I used to tell people that, they would be trying to get into content creation and YouTube. And I would sometimes say one of the best things that could happen to you in your pursuit of something like this is learning that you don't have what it takes. Like, I think that can be important and really important in your life to be like, I'm not made for this. This is not for me. I'm not good enough to do this. And that's not shameful if you see it as instructive. Another important thing to note is how you responded to the CEO's analysis. Most people would hear you're not good enough and just completely throw in the towel. Or they would get angry and be like, I'm going to prove you wrong, which I think sometimes can motivate people. Hey, Zubair, it's your birthday. Louis, 18 months of members, gets us to 188. Thank you, Louis. This is a beautiful conversation. Well, and I used to tell people, sorry I had to step away, how did y'all remember? I remember because Jom super chatted and said that they were having their second baby. And I was like, yo, let's all celebrate Jom. And I was like, wait a minute, we're supposed to be celebrating Zubair. So congratulations, old man. Learning that you're not that guy, pal. Yeah, I think sometimes you can apply this. I've actually applied this to relationships as well. I've applied this to relationships as well. I've said, listen, if someone rejects you and says that they don't want to be with you, if someone dumps you, right? I've said, if you take that as valuable information and not something that devalues you and not something that shames you, it's actually incredibly liberating. Yes, it hurts. Acknowledge the hurt and grieve it. It's rejection sucks and is not fun. I'm not saying you should be like gleefully getting dumped. Louis Love with a gifted member. Thank you so much. And obviously getting dumped, there is a spectrum of pain that can come from it. Getting dumped by somebody you've been with for a month is different than getting dumped by somebody you've been with for a year. So obviously the depth of pain is going to be probably matched by depth of relationship and time put in. But, if you've got a huge crush on somebody, shoot your shot. Why? Because if they reject you, that's valuable information. That's gold for your life. Man, I really like so-and-so. Shoot your dadgum shot. Because if they reject you, How liberating is that? Well, I'm going to stop feeling things for them. I'm going to stop pining after them. Look elsewhere. That sets you free. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's helpful. It's like, all right, well, they're not for me. It doesn't devalue you at all. It just puts you on a different trajectory. Instead of like being like, oh, I'm not going to shoot my shot because I might get rejected. Getting rejected when shooting your shot can be one of the most freeing things to happen to you. I was with my late husband since we met at school. Yeah, those kind of relationships, obviously, you know, once they're, in your case, once they're gone, you know, the grief is just a shadow for a long time because it mirrors the depth and the time that you put in with them, which at some level, I think that puts a streak of beauty into your grief when you see that, you know, feeling that depth of sadness is an honorable representation of what you had. And I think there's beauty in that. That doesn't make it less painful, you know, but it certainly can help you smile a little bit through it. One time I asked a cute girl for her number in a Burger King drive-thru and had instant embarrassment when she said she had a boyfriend. But that's not embarrassing. That's flattering for her, and it shows that, you know, you got good taste, and so does somebody else. You know, she's like, oh, I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend. And you're like, lucky guy. All right, thanks. I'm telling you, these guys out here talking about having, you know, Riz or swagger, whatever the frick. I'm telling you what, being unflappable in a moment like that, that'll make somebody take notice. You know, it takes a lot of guts and class to shoot your shot and be like, oh, okay, you have a boyfriend? Oh, lucky guy. All right, see you later. Big gulps, huh? You know? I don't think I'll ever get over losing it, but I'll always remember the good times we spent together. No, I don't think you will either. You know? I don't think you will either. She could be lying. So what? That's on her. That's on her. You know what I mean? If she feels like she can't just speak the truth and say, sorry, I'm not interested, and she makes up a lie and says she has a boyfriend, that's on her, not you. That's a reflection of her own issues. That has nothing to do with you. Right? She's on her own path of, I don't want to make I don't even want to hurt this stranger's feelings, right? She's a people pleaser. That's not a great place to be either. That's her own issue. I had no idea that you knew, as I missed most of the show and I had to walk the dogs. I need to focus on that. Yeah, Chris, I have zero problem with you coming here and telling me, hey, this thing happened. And I'll be like, oh, yeah, we already know about it. I do that all day, every day, homie. That's a normal occurrence for me. It was because you just kept spamming it. We weren't really sure what you were doing. It seemed very strange. That's why I was like, yo, stop. Like, what are you doing? It was the spam. It wasn't, I didn't take issue. And you're making me repeat myself, by the way. I already said this to you. It was not that you told me something I already knew. It was that you kept spamming it. You can come in and say, hey, this thing happened. And typically I'll say, yeah, we know. I was in the middle of a story and you just kept spamming it it almost felt like you wanted me to stop what I was doing and like acknowledge you. That's what it felt like. That's why you got scolded. It was very pay attention to me energy. Rejection is part of the game. You can't brush it off after a while. Makes it easier. Oh, you can brush it off. Makes it easier to talk. That's what I'm saying. Disagree with this whole thing. Lono, you're talking complete crap. Whenever rejected, just say, listen to me. But you shut your mouth. Yeah, that's a perfect approach, Hilly. Yeah. You'll win all the ladies with that approach. You'll win all the ladies. Yo, Carlo, how are you? Good to see you. All right. Yeah, we'll go for 9 more. If you guys want to, I'll let you extend, though. I will. You guys hit 400 likes. Thanks for 400 likes. We're 11 away from 200. We'll do one more last chance for extension here. We got 9 minutes. We got 9 minutes to get 11 members. I bet you we can do it. You guys have been super generous lately. Assassin's Creed just released a parkour article with snippets of videos featuring an upgraded parkour system. Okay. Let me throw this in live use assets. See, this is where we need to be able to churn out really, really quick videos. We really need to be able to do it. Like, I could do a really, really easy, like, Assassin's Creed, brand new parkour gameplay reaction or something, and it could just hit tonight. And Harbinger makes it easy, and he sets up the 10 bomb dunker at 190. Thank you, Harbinger. Appreciate you, dude. Cheers, Lono. Cheers, Chris. And a 5 spot from Gambit Zero. He says, give me a tag team partner and let's do this. 195. You the man, Gambit. You the man. A coincidence. I asked you about the bow and then immediately find a quest for the longbow. Longbow's nice. Longbow's nice. It's you'll like that. It's helpful in certain instances. How do you feel about red pill channels? I feel they rip young men off. I kind of dropped a line on people the other day about that. I said, I think a lot of you think you're being red-pilled and you're being roofied. I think a lot of these guys are being put to sleep. They're being lulled into a deluded state. And they're basically having their emotions manipulated in order to support and fund channels. I do. I very much think there is an ocean of disenfranchised young men. And I think some of them fall into very good camps and they watch stuff that's more stoic or more wisdom based, like Modern Wisdom. That's a good podcast to listen to and to watch. And I think I think the other funnel that they fall into is sort of the very faux. It's very fake masculinity. It's this exaggerated machismo, like, it's very macho. Women are here for your enjoyment, get what you want. Like, it's just nasty. There's nothing masculine about it. The thing that I find interesting, I thought about this last night, because I was getting some angry comments in my mentions on my channel, and they were angry about some of my my predictions about, like, the anti-woke content going away, right? Yeah, like, there's modern wisdom and there's, like, stoicism, and then there's, like, Andrew Tate's version of masculinity. Like, I think they're, like, opposite ends of the spectrum. I think both types of content appeal to disenfranchised young men because they feel devalued and they feel their power's been taken from them. And one is about sort of growing as a man and maturing in discipline and self-control. And then another is indulging your most base instincts. One's about maturation, the other is about degradation. One is about, progression, the other's about regression. And so, I broke my own train of thought, dadgummit. I don't know what I was saying. I broke my train of thought. That's going to drive me freaking nuts. What was I saying? I thought of this last night. I was getting some angry comments in my channel. And a thought hit me that the most unthreatening, the most non-worrisome, I think the weakest version of a man is an emotional man. I don't find an emotional man scary or threatening at all. I don't. And so when these guys get in my mentions, in my comments, and they're clearly angry, and they're upset, and they're unhinged, and they're mauling, and they're seething, and they're wearing so much emotion right on their shoulder, it's like, you are the most unthreatening version of a man in existence. You come across like a boy, like a tantrum-throwing little boy. And so that's, I think, the grand irony is they're giving into a funnel and a mantra and a narrative that is supposed to be about traditional values and masculinity and being tough, and it's the exact opposite of that. They are not in control. I've always said that anger betrays what it promises. So when someone gets really angry and they start blowing their lid and they're angry and they're yelling, they're blowing their top. What they're doing is they're attempting to get control of a situation by relinquishing control. Right? So they're relinquishing control. So they're attempting to get control over a situation by yelling and screaming and raging out. But the irony is they're relinquishing control. They're giving over to the anger and allowing the anger to dictate their behavior. So that's the grand irony with this content and with these themes and with these conversations is they feel powerless in their life, devalued, like they lack control. And the irony is they're relinquishing control and they're allowing themselves to be emotionally manipulated by content creators, grifters, and the like. And it gives them a sense of achievement, and it gives them a sense of like, we're doing something. Yeah, we're winning. And they're actually just in another powerless, devalued state. These grifters and these rage baiters don't value you. They're devaluing you. They don't respect you. And you're giving over, you're relinquishing control and allowing yourself to be devalued when you give into it. When you give into this toxic nonsense about all this stuff. Like when they get in my mentions and I'm just like, you're the most unthreatening man when you're emotional. There's nothing threatening about you. You don't seem to be powerful at all. You seem to be the opposite. You seem weak. Harbinger with another one. You guys got 60 seconds to extend the stream, and we're at 196. We need 4 more members. You the man, Harbinger. Thank you. So, it just hit me. It was like, I read these comments, and I just kind of chuckle to myself, and I just delete the comment, obviously, because they're just being toxic and calling me a beta soy boy woke shill, right? No original thoughts at all. They just spew like parroted words that they hear. Like this, yeah, you're just a soy boy. Yeah, you need to go on a date with the woman. I'm like, I'm happily married with 2 children, but okay, bro. Like, but then the thought hit me, and there it is, Gambit Zero with the Agent of Chaos 201. Thank you, sir. There we go. We'll keep going till 3. We'll go for another 30 minutes. You guys are the best. And Lone Wolf says, I'm gonna pile on myself, and takes us to 202. Thank you, sir. Hang on a second. Not everyone can be an alpha, as the Red Pills try to be. Being a protector, chivalrous, and a teacher is more masculine. Preach. Thank you, Philip. I think there's just this quiet, honorable life that so many men could live. And it doesn't have to be this big aggrandized thing. I think there's just something so honorable. And another one from Lone Wolf takes us to 203. He might be doing Spear to Stone Spire, and he's going to push us to 205 maybe. We'll see. Maybe he's trying to attempt a 20 bomb. Bring one of the big boys out of the shadows. Yeah, he is. Spear to Stone Spire. Ant caught the vision and helped out, and that takes us to 205. 2 singles. And Rose Girl upgrades to VIP. Upgrades count as 2. That's 207. Thank you very much. Every upgrade counts as 2. You're right. A man that is emotional is weak. Stoicism is much better as long as the man is not bottling up his anger. Acknowledging anger or having passions. Like, I get passionate. I get wound up. But I don't feel like I ever get emotional. right? I turn into more of like a fire and brimstone preacher than I do like an emotional man, like emotional state. There were times where I did, but that's because I wasn't in control. You think logically with your brain, and some people can't do that with the woke stuff. They get mad at you for not automatically dismissing anything that has anything woke in it. Yeah, I've been labeled now. Somebody linked my stream somewhere because I was getting a bunch of external hits on an old stream, and they were like, "We're not going anywhere," because it was my prediction that the woke content will shift into political. The anti-woke gaming content will shift into political because I think they're going to run out of targets in the gaming world. That was my prediction, and they got really angry, and they're like, "We're not going anywhere." And I was like, "Somebody put my stream somewhere." It's something that happens to wolves in captivity. It's not observed in nature. Kind of ironic that that's what they consider themselves. They're captives trying to be the top captive. You're welcome. Oh, that's Sorcerer's fiance. Sorcerer, you got a fiance? Oh, good job, Sorcerer. You know, I don't know what you see in him, Rose Girl. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm sure he's great. Welcome to the VIP lounge. That's right. Someone made a video on you. Oh, somebody made a video about me saying that it was going away. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think I got 7 to 10 comments about it. So they sure are legion coming over here. So yeah, that's not surprising. That's just more free advertising. I thought the way that I was getting clicks, I thought they had put me on like a subreddit or something because it said I was getting external clicks. And I was like, oh, somebody tweeted about me or put me on a Reddit or something. So I was like, oh, somebody's angry that I said that the anti-woke content's gonna have to go in the gaming sphere. I think it's gonna transition into political. You get married on October the 18th? Well, dadgum. What a great year. We got babies being born, marriages are happening, you know, and we got all this great content and gaming coming out. This is a good year. It's going to be a good year. And today's Zubair's birthday, you know, so I think they let him out for a day on like birthday release. Like he gets to go outside for a little bit. So we're excited for him, you know. Was that the little kid debating you? Oh, I don't know, FCat. I don't see the content about me, and if I do see it, I don't watch it. I literally say, you know, don't recommend. I don't care to watch it. I just don't. It's just not in. I just have no reason to watch it. It's always just mindless drivel. There's never any thoughtful engagement at all. If I ever had somebody tell me, oh, this guy thoughtfully engaged with your content, I'd go watch it. But I would have to get it'd have to come from a pretty good endorsement. Like somebody here that I trust would be like, no, Lono, you should watch this. This was a good reaction video. It's always the same. It's always the same thumbnail. It's always the same. They're going to hit on the same notes and say the same thing. And I'm like, yeah, okay. That's fine. You can say that. I hope you got good ad revenue off my face. Like, good for you. New Destiny act today too. We had really, really great viewership for New Destiny content. I could tell it was a little bit lower than usual, but we didn't have any burning news and we got into the low 600s. That's great for us. That's a good day. That's a good day, especially if there's Destiny stuff going on. Your father who passed back in 2014 would have been 62 today. Well, I think for the day you can call Zubair daddy. I think that's fair. I think Zubair would like that. That'd be a good birthday present for him. Is the idea of an alpha wolf a myth? Oh, is it really a myth? Have they researched and it only happens when they're in captivity and there's no, in the wild, there's no alpha? Destiny 1 Remaster. Astacross's troll for D1 Remaster was so funny. All right, see ya, smooches. Zubair says, masculinity is letting your friends call you daddy if they need to. That's what I'm saying. You know, if your buddy needs a little snuggle, you know, he needs a little Netflix and a snuggle. You know what I'm saying? Put on Die Hard and get cozy. You know. You know, and hey, whatever happens, bro. I'm just kidding. That's called being a man. You know. Oh gosh. What's the old Tesla stock doing today? Dadgummit. It was going real good there for a little bit. Come on, Tesla, bounce back. It ends with spooning? It does. I think you are with us in the title race, mate, and you have the best defensive by far? Huh? My favorite part of this season is watching Man City downfall. It's just amazing. Are you in the right chat? Are you talking about footy? Are you talking about footy, bro? What you saying? A wolf researcher who studied wolves in Isle Royale National Park in Michigan during the 1960s. Mech's book popularized the idea of alpha wolves and competition-based pack hierarchies, but he has since renounced the notion. Mech says the terminology originated from studying unrelated wolves in captivity, which is a recipe for discord. Oh. They're not familial. So it happens when there's no relation and they have to create a hierarchy of who's in charge. But that doesn't happen in the wild because they're all typically a pack is related. Is that how I'm understanding the findings? I like Elon, but I'll never purchase an electric vehicle. There's things I like about him and things I don't like about him. I think people are complex. I don't ever have... There are very few people on the I do not like them at all list. Like, you know. And Tesla was something I didn't even think anything about it. Well, I don't even know how long ago it was. I think 15 years ago. Me and my buddy were looking into like day trading. We didn't do it. It's not a good thing to get into. It's super dangerous. But unless you like really know what you're doing. There's very few people that successfully day trade, I think. But like I just basically had money in there, like we were just like playing around with it, like penny stocks, dollar stocks, stuff like that. And then eventually I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna put it all on Tesla, and I just forgot about it. I just completely forgot about it. And all of a sudden, I realized, like, oh, yeah, that company that I was doing the stock trading with got bought out by this company and then got bought out by this company. And so I went and I did a forgot password and I logged in and I was like, well, I'll be doggone. I was like, well, I'll be doggone. That's not too bad. You know, let it sit there for I don't even know how many years. And it just climbed and climbed. It just quietly climbed and climbed and climbed. It's not a fortune. It's not. It's just like, oh, that's not bad. You know, one day, just get rid of it all. And then, you know, take a vacation or something. I'd purchase an electric vehicle, but from a car company, not a tech company. I trust BMW to make my car way more than Tesla. Should have added that's from Insider Gaming. Krebsy, Valve announced that the SteamOS will be available for third parties. That doesn't specifically come from Insider Gaming, Krebsy. They officially announced a Lenovo device today that'll be SteamOS. I believe you can buy it in May. It's going to hit the market this month first, though, with Windows. There'll be 2 versions of it. Yeah. That was announced today via CES and Lenovo. Hang on a second, Hilly. I want to read your comment here. Hilly says... I see a number of things online about men in this topic. I think the best thing a man can offer that any man can do is something I call silent support. My family, in any given situation, can look at me and know I'm with them and everything will be okay. It's hard to articulate exactly, but men who shout and scream or get highly emotional, in my opinion, reduce family trust and sense of security. It may not be modern to say, I'll always see myself as a protector of my family, and I protect them with love and hard work. Maybe old-fashioned, but it works for me. I don't think it's old-fashioned. I think it's the way things are. I just think it's the way things are. The silent unspoken stability and leadership is, I just think, woven into it's woven into that setup and that relationship and that into families. I just think that's how it works. Can I just get a hoverboard? Like a real 4 foot off the ground hoverboard? We were promised jetpacks. We were. It's okay for your family to see you express emotion. It's not okay to be constantly emotional. Yes, I actually think it's important for your kids to frustrate you sometimes. They need to know that they're being annoying, or that they need to know that there's limits. Like, I think it's helpful for them to see that, like, oh, there's a line. I'm being annoying. I'm being a nuisance. Now, obviously, that can't be like every day. But I think them realizing that they're breaking, they're sort of breaking a social contract, I think is helpful. Like, they need to know that they're being a jerk or that they're being disrespectful. And sometimes they learn that by you being like, can you just stop? Like, sometimes they need to hear, like, the elevated sense of, like, oh my gosh, like, you're being like, stop it. Like, you know what I mean? I also think consistent calm is helpful as well. But yeah, I think sometimes they do need to see you kind of get flustered and irritated, because it's like, oh, it kind of wakes them up to the fact that I'm not the only person in the room right now, right? I'm not the only person in the house. So, yeah. There was that famous clip I saw of a guy trying to talk on one of those dating shows, and this girl interrupted him. He's like, can you stop interrupting me? And then he kept talking, and then she got like emotional and cried, and she ran off. And somebody replied, and they were like, maturing is realizing that he was in the right. Like, like you can't just keep interrupting people. Like, eventually they're gonna be like, dude, can you stop it? Can you stop interrupting me? You know what I mean? You know, he established a boundary and he moved on. Like, quit it. Quit interrupting me. Let me talk. You're the wrong type of woman. She can't see you cry. I freaking cry all the time. You guys know that. I'm a freaking crybaby. I like a good cry, dude. It feels. I'm serious. It feels good, dude. There's something about that. Something liberating about just being like, I'm crying. It's just a part of life. Hang on a second here. John says, if you were starting your stream career from scratch today with only a PS5, how would you go about doing it? I mean, if I get to cheat and use all of the knowledge I've acquired over the last 10 years, I would not lean into being tribalistic. And people will say that I am, and I'm not. They'll say that I'm a pony, and I'm not. But that's because that's just how people think. They think in really narrow categories. It's easier for their limited intelligence. So I would not go the tribal route. If you really felt like, I want to make a channel rooted around my experience or my enjoyment of the PlayStation platform, I think you would want to brand to a PlayStation news channel. That's a good niche down. That's what I would do. Like, if I ever felt like I needed to niche down, I would have niched down into a PlayStation news channel. However, I think I I think I have the ability to transcend the need to do that. I think some people have to niche down. No disrespect, I think they have to. They don't have a choice. It's like they've got to niche down. I think there are people, I think there are exceptions to that rule, and they can transcend above and offer something that is of a quality and a value that you don't need to niche down. So that's why I think doing a variety gaming show like the one that we do, I think is extremely difficult, but I think it's superior because it gives you more options. I think you could make an amazing PlayStation news channel, but that's tough when big Xbox events hit, or an Xbox Direct hits, or Nintendo does something, or, you know, all these events happen. Are you, like, if you're a PlayStation news channel, are you going to cover Summer Game Fest? Are you going to cover the Game Awards? That's not really PlayStation, that's gaming. So I think he only has a PS5 and he wants to start streaming. Oh, I mean, if that's your question, I think one of the best things you can do if you are trying to just like start streaming is get comfortable being on camera, on a microphone, talking. You have to get comfortable doing that. That's kind of the point of the question. I only have a PS5, but I really want to get into content creation. I feel like you took a crack at this before and you had a brand's name that you used and you came in here once with it by accident or something. I think you did this last year, like you tried to take a crack at it. I think you got to be comfortable being on camera and being on the mic. Because that is one of the quickest ways to stand out is... Like if I go to your channel and I look at your profile picture here, right? I'm not sure which one's which. I don't know which one you are. But yeah, both of the guys in this picture, the guy with the hat on backwards and the guy with the hat forwards, both of these guys are good looking guys. So I don't know which one you are. I have a feeling, are you the one in the beard? Who are you in the profile picture? Both these guys have straight teeth, symmetrical faces, like you don't look like a foot, right? You can get on camera and not be like, oh, I look like a troll. So I think the more comfortable you are on camera and on mic, the better, because a lot of the times the guys that do audio only, it's way harder to stand out. You've got to be an expert at commentary, comedy, comedic timing, something if you're not on cam. It's a lot harder to stand out and to get noticed and to get support. People feel like they connect with you almost instantly when they see you. That's why whenever I was streaming on Twitch and I started out, I was always talking because I wanted somebody to come in and immediately feel like I was talking to them. It's immediately inviting. It's like, well, I'm not going to leave. He's talking right now. I want to hear what this guy has to say. So radio silence is an absolute killer in this business. And I also think not showing your face is a setback. I think it is. Who's the big streamer on Twitch that admitted he couldn't make it in today's market if he was Lyric? Lyric admitted to that. He's like, if I entered the market today as a no-cam streamer, he's like, I wouldn't make it. Right? He was an early adopter, you know, and he was good. His commentary was good. Sharp guy, smart guy. He was a worker. He was a grinder, and he exploded. There's all kind of guys like that I don't think would be very large if they tried to enter the markets today. There are guys that just sit there and play the game. And I think if they enter the market now, it would be almost impossible to grow just sitting in the corner playing the game. I think it would be impossible for them to grow. They don't offer anything unique. But they win a war of volume. They're so big. They've amassed so many people that just love hanging out, love the vibe. A lot of people have sunk cost fallacy, so they're like, well, I'm going to keep coming back and renewing my membership here, right? You're the one on the left? Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you're the guy in the beard, I don't think you would feel any shame being on camera. I think you're a good-looking guy. I think you could sit on camera, talk, you know, don't go silent. The minute you make it awkward to be on camera, I think you're going to struggle. Like from moment one, if you spend the first month streaming, If you spend the first month streaming and you're on cam and you're on mic, here's the reality. You're going to suck. Like, you're just not going to be good at this. I mean, it's rare to have somebody start day one and seem like they know what they're doing. I think my history of sales and just feeling comfortable with public speaking and being trained in public speaking and being trained in having drama and acting classes, I think I just naturally hit the ground running. A lot of people, it's not going to be natural for you to just sit in a room on a mic, on a cam, and just talk. Now, you're going to be like, well, who am I talking to? Yeah, that's the other problem. You're talking to nobody. You are quite literally talking to nobody. So you just have to get comfortable stream of consciousness commentating on what you're doing and hope that somebody wanders in and vibes with it. If you're uncomfortable on camera, do it a lot. You'll either get over it or learn that you need to find another hobby. Precisely. Here's the reality about trying to enter the market as a live streamer right now. I don't think that you should. I think you should do something else where if you then get fired doing it, then you could start live streaming. I think live streaming is 10 times more difficult. If you're entering as a content creator, pre-recording podcasts or pre-recording videos, I think that has a better chance of survival and growth because it's easier to carve out a niche. It's easier to carve out a POV. It's easier to establish a brand with planned scripted content than it is to live stream. Live streaming is literally, it would be like saying, well, yeah, I want to join the circus and the first thing I want to do is wrestle the grizzly bear. Like, that's what live streaming is in the content creator world. Anybody will tell you this. Uploaders will tell you this. Live streamers will tell you this. Podcasters will tell you this. Live streaming is the absolute bear in the room. It is way harder than anything else because you could make a mistake. You could stammer your words. There's nobody watching, so what the frick are you going to be doing? Like, who are you going to be talking to? You're going to be spinning your wheels to a certain degree. Like, no one's watching, so what are you actually doing, right? You could be using the 4 to 5 window that you were going to stream some stupid game, and you could use that time to write a script and to record a video and to put it out there. And if that starts to get fire and that starts to work, then your brand gets established, and then you say, hey guys, I'm going to stream once a week over there on Twitch. I think that's content creator growth engine 101 is you establish the POV and what the content's going to be about first. A lot of that comes from self-assessment of who you are, what you like, what games are you going to play, what things are you going to say, what's your voice, what's your contribution to the content creator world, what are you going to say, all right? Then do it. Just do it. Just start doing it. Just start making videos. Just start making commentary. Just start saying things that you want to put out there. And then if you like guys like Doc Dark does it as a hobby, and then he like streams every now and again, and he has people that probably come in and watch him stream. Why? Well, he's got a 10K YouTube channel. After how long has he been doing it? I'm actually curious. That's how Max Dude did it. Yeah, I actually think right now starting out streaming is you're fighting an uphill battle. I just think it's incredibly difficult. Doc's been making videos for 6 years over there on YouTube. He's been making videos over there on YouTube for 6 years. That's what I'm struggling with, is what to talk about. Yeah, anybody right now that's trying to get into content creation, that's the first thing I would tell them. Stop streaming. You're wasting your time. Stop it. It's such a stupid amount of time that you're spending. I mean, it is a stupid amount of time that you're spending streaming when you could be creating content. You could be doing shorts. You could be writing a script. You could be coming up with an idea. You could be coming up with a concept. Like, in the time that you do a 5 or 6 hour stream, you could record a 4-minute video that's not edited. You just kind of maybe react to an article. You could record a couple of shorts, and you could work on like a 10-minute longer video. You could work on all of that in the time that you stream, and all of those pieces of content have a greater chance of being seen and helping you grow than sitting there live streaming. Divisive Gaming says, I honestly don't know if I should do this here, but here goes. Oh, are you trauma dumping? That's fine. You can trauma dump if somebody died. That's okay. I lost a great gamer and friend this morning. He and I have been gaming since 2002. PS Network adapter. RIP BMAC619. I mean, I'd raise a glass to him if I could, brother. That's sad. I'm sorry. That sucks when you lose someone like that. Especially if that's like your go-to gaming buddy. You know? I miss those days. I miss those days on the couch. Just gaming with the boys, man. It's fun. Start making content on Kick and Rumble. I mean, that's the other thing you should be doing as well. Especially if you're going to be voicing maybe more like, if you're going to be voicing more conservative thoughts, if maybe you do feel an antagonism towards progressivism, liberalism, or woke stuff, you should be putting your content on Rumble. If your POV, your identity, and your brand is even going to touch on those subjects, you should 100% be putting your content everywhere. But you should have a channel on. This is what I would do. I would have a channel on YouTube. I would have a channel on Rumble. I would grab the username, whatever brand name you come up with. Grab the username on Twitch and Kick. You don't really have to worry about that on YouTube because until you get to a certain like size. Well, I guess you can switch your username. I think you can do that at any size now. They used to make you wait. I don't think you have to do that. Grab the username everywhere. So if the brand is, Big Truck Gaming or something like that, grab Big Truck Gaming on every platform that you can. Grab it on Blue Sky, grab it on Twitter, grab it on Instagram, grab it on TikTok. Grab it everywhere. That's job number one is come up with the POV and a brand, come up with the name, and grab that username everywhere. And make your dadgum name something that's easy to understand and spell. Don't be like, I'm zombified monster 884 and all the O's are zeros and the E is a 3. Shut the frick up. Make your brand name something. Nobody hears Reforge Gaming and is like, huh? What? The only thing they do sometimes is they add a D. Reforged Gaming. Other than that, it's easy to know like what I said. Oh yeah, Reforge Gaming. Yeah. So, thank you all. I was good for a second. Now I'm at work. You're losing your stuff. Hey, man. Don't ever do that. If you're connected to community especially, let them know. Be like, dude, don't go low. You don't get low. Especially if you're, don't isolate and get low. Let people know you're hurting. Let people know you're hurting. What stupid? Shut up, Zubair. Me and my wife do YouTube. We've been doing it for a while now, and it's still hard speaking to a camera, but you learn to adapt. Yeah, you do. So don't stream on YouTube? No, I wouldn't waste any time streaming on YouTube. I would stream on Rumble or Twitch. Rumble or Twitch. I wouldn't stream on... Yeah, you could stream on Kick, I guess. You could obviously use Restream and stream everywhere. I wouldn't invest in streaming on YouTube at all. I wouldn't. I would use YouTube for shorts, uploads, boom, boom, boom. Just constantly be doing uploads and shorts, and I would stream on Twitch and Rumble. Skip Rumble if you're not a fit for that audience. But I think Rumble's going to have some growth this year. I think they are. Yeah, but I wouldn't stream on YouTube. Streaming on YouTube's freaking waste of time. They don't prioritize it. They haven't done enough to update it and make it streamlined and make it better. Yeah, I would never, ever, if I had the option of streaming my daily show over there on Twitch and then just doing uploads over here, that's literally what I would do. We're not in that position. We don't have that as an option. We had to build here. We built something incredibly unique where there's uploads and live streams on one channel and the channel is doing well. That's really, really not something that you typically see on YouTube. A lot of the guys that have big successful channels on YouTube, they don't live stream, and if they do, they don't really get good pull. And a lot of the guys that stream on YouTube now, they'll separate it. They'll have a channel for their live streams and a channel for their uploads. Doing both on one channel is rare. Or they'll only stream like once a week. So why not use Restream? I don't like Restream because it adds another layer of buffer between me and YouTube. We're looking into streaming on other platforms as we grow, so we could possibly be streaming on, you know, Kick, Twitter, Rumble, and if we can get the Twitch channel back, we would be streaming on those platforms, and we would just use Restream and use the app and pay the fee and get the chats, you know, unified or whatever. But YouTube being my primary offering, I wouldn't want there to be like any more buffering or stream delay going through Restream. I wouldn't want to do that. You'll probably never find me on Rumble. I wouldn't stream over there for you guys. I would stream over there. I would stream over there for the people that, you know, are potentially looking for sensible conversations about gaming, because there's probably some of them and maybe more of them as time goes on. I don't know if people are going to stay static on some of this stuff. There's an add-on for OBS to multi-stream without using additional service. Yeah, the difficulty with that is you really got to have the bitrate to support that, Narwaffle. That's why using a Restream service can be helpful. All right, we got to go to Writer's Room. It's 3 o'clock. Hard out at 3. All right, there's a link in chat. If you want to come with us, you got to be a member. If you are going to commit to being a member and you're going to jump in and you're going to click join, make sure you pick Member Plus. We had some people upgrade today. We're trying to get to 600 people at Member Plus, and when that happens, it helps me do more content, gameplay content, more segments. We're trying to unlock that next milestone, and we'll celebrate. And, yeah. So click the link in chat, and I'm going to end this stream in just a second. Hey, you might be seeing this in your feed. This is called the Writer's Room here on Reforge Gaming, and you have access to the Writer's Room if you're a member to my channel. You may have gotten gifted a member. We hit another nice milestone today. Every day we're trying to hit that daily goal of about 100 members, both either renews, upgrades, or gifteds. If you did get a gifted, or you're paying for your own membership, consider getting on Member Plus. We're trying to get to 600. We need like 40 or so more people to upgrade, and that would be a huge milestone for the channel. We have not yet hit that 600 number. We've been trying to hit it for a while. You can help us with that. If you can't and you're like, I need to be on Gifted, that's great. We're glad you're here. Keep watching the content, keep supporting, keep hitting like. That's one of the reasons we've been wanting folks to jump out of the Gifted pool to make room for folks that need it. I'm going to end the previous stream, and I'm going to change that thumbnail because we are no longer live.